everyone. Well, thanks for the follow, by the way, Blackbird. I just saw you. Well, good thing you are catching this live as I'm starting. I need to make a little announcement here to our Discord. And yeah, if you're watching my stream often and are always wondering about my inconsistent stream schedule, which it really isn't, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it's pretty consistent, but I know my times can be on and off here and there. Follow on Discord because I make announcements. We just do a notification message here. Still game dev. Still need you. All right, there you go. And then we're gonna share some links here. Hopefully today we won't crash like we did with the last two streams where we had to compartmentalize our stream into two pieces. It is not ideal. It's definitely annoying. Definitely annoying. Okay. Well, we are going to continue making our Dread on Arrival combat. I mean, technically speaking, today is Next Fest on Steam. And that was my kind of like loose target. Like I wasn't going to release it for this year's Next Fest, but I was using that as kind of like soft, or not soft, but like some sort of date to choose. If I'm going to choose a date anyways, might as well choose a date that is kind of relevant in the gaming industry. So I did that. It kind of hit it more or less, right? The whole functioning combat aspect to fulfill the most basic objective and gameplay has been implemented. Hey, Cooley. Welcome, welcome. So I would say I kind of reached my goal a little bit. However, I would love to add more enemy type, some shop functions, and then procedurally generated space map to go through different type of spots. But before doing that, I think, well, let's at least make two different types of combat so we can have some tests between choosing random interface. Hey, Tony, welcome, welcome. But yeah, we are just getting started, so you will be hit with an ad in 3 minutes. Hey, Denimal. Wow. Denimal's back here again. Well, still sending positive vibes to Denimal's way. Denimal will be going through some surgery here in a bit, which is what allows Denimal to come here and watch me. So I guess more people should have surgery. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe that joke was kind of insensitive. But yeah, unless you're cool. If you're cool, you don't get ads. But not everybody's cool. Okay, I have an issue here. I should not have done this, but I just double-clicked on NVIDIA driver update. And I think potentially we're going to have a brief outage here. Terrible idea. I do want to see what games are available right now on Next Fest. Hey, preparing to install. Yikes. Error code. Oh, don't prepare to install, please. That's going to be a problem. Let's see what's out here. What the heck? Oh, Halloween theme. What? This purposely bad green makeup job. Kind of fun, actually. Let's see what's out here. Ooh, hey, this is on the... Oh, wait. Never mind. That makes sense, of course, because it's my wish list. Yelp says, hello. Denimal says, is my internet bad or is Ez little laggy? I was lagging a little bit because of this NVIDIA thing. It should be better now. Oh. Okay, just give me a second. Pretty sure it's this guy. Uh-oh. All right, I got it. It might be my video setting. Just give me a second, okay? It might be the video setting. I'll fix this while the ad is running, which will happen in 30 seconds. Is my audio also laggy, or is it just my video? I think it's my video setting, actually. Well, I mean, this looks okay. Let me, oh, man, I can't change the setting while it's doing that? Okay. It's my hardware, because I can see it on the, okay, it's the entire thing. Because even the mouse movement is a little laggy. I have a feeling it's the NVIDIA updater that's the issue. So please be patient with me, because apparently I can't stop the update while it's running. So I'm going to have to let it finish first. It finished. Cool. Close. Come over here. I'll close Steam here real quick. Oh, it's also downloading Baldur's Gate 3 update. I mean, that probably doesn't help. Hey, okay, I'm fixed, right? Yeah, that's fixed. Here we go. Denimal says, audio laggy too at times. Blackbird says it's laggy, only the video does not go perfect. Probably stealing all your CPU or RAM. Exactly. Hey, Blackbird. I was just saying, Blackbird, I saw you follow me like minute before I started streaming. So thanks for the follow. Otherwise, we're going to try to get new type of enemy or new type of weapon on board. But I was thinking, you know, visually speaking, different enemies having different attack type makes sense to me. So that's what we're going to probably focus on. Another thing is, yeah, like, I don't know if like ships not being able to turn makes no sense and it kind of makes people break immersion, or if it's just like, oh, you know, that's just part of the game and I accept it, like, type of thing. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, what I want to do is I do want to have some sort of proximity mine situation. Like maybe a security system that lays down little mines. So we have two things. We want a projectile that is a mine that's blinking red and then explodes, which doesn't seem that difficult. Let's see. The ship is 64 by 64. So we're going to use this and probably create some little mine situation. Yeah, we're starting with pixel art immediately. And what I want to do, I think, since the ally ship has been mainly on this like teal space, we probably want to make something over here. Only thing is that it's going against a dark blue here, so I don't know if how visible it actually will be, but we'll manage. So for example, if we say, hey, we want to make some sort of glowing red thing, and you know what? It would be kind of cool if it was a sphere. And let's see, let's make it kind of like desaturated purple, because I still want it to look a little bit cool, like cool color, not cool as in cool. Hey, cool folk. So we'll do that. And I'm thinking it's going to be like a sphere of like metal plating. This probably is not the best way to draw a circle, though. I mean, I could have just used the circle tool instead. But who's counting? Apparently, I just love doing things manually. You know what? I'm going to do it this way, actually. Let's do that. Yay. Circle. Of course, we haven't really decided what the light source is. But, you know, once again, we wave our hand and hope that it just works. We'll say it goes even cooler and fairly desaturated for lighting purposes, because in space there's no what do you call, no environmental lighting, no light diffusion by the atmosphere. Demel says, I would have a hard time doing turning animation in pixel art. Turning animation? Like turning the... Oh, you mean like when I was talking about the turning ships? Yeah. I can't immediately imagine how I would implement that. But yeah. And then have this probably hit some really bright highlight over here. Honestly, though, this one really makes sense. But if I imagine that the light is somewhere here, if I do something like this, I wonder if this will look really bad. Might have to adjust where the focus of the light is instead. Do something like that. And I think, I mean, this kind of works. To make it feel more... You know what's funny, though? Because we are so used to seeing the world in this, like... You know, our... On Earth, with all the artifact and light rules of the atmosphere, that when we see a picture taken from the space, or picture for the objects in space, it looks fake. Like, it feels fake to us. It looks weird to us. Have you seen that before? Like, I've seen this like recently. I've seen a photo of, I think, Saturn's photo taken by one of the drive-by satellite that was sent out into space as it was passing Saturn. And it was like Saturn is behind, and then there is like the moon of the Saturn in front. And because it's not casting any like shadow normally, or like it feels wrong, that it looked like it was just cut in. It didn't look real. Which, you know, is a testament to how we as people see the world. You know what? I think this highlight is kind of unnecessary for now. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say, well, if it's hidden, do that. We might want to tuck it in, actually. Do it like that. Do this, do that. Okay. And then perhaps this one would look like there's a little bit of protrusion. Let's see. I guess this could kind of stick out like this. And then have the outer edge be even brighter. Oh, that doesn't quite work. Maybe this is better. Higher contrast. Maybe it needs to just kind of slice the thing, like the glare. Yeah, that doesn't quite read. I'm just going to color it fully without any highlight. This one doesn't quite catch light because it's under the shade. So we'll just do that. Then maybe we'll give that highlight over here. Like so. Unless we do the whole like traditional. Nah, I think this is okay. The contrast between this and this is pretty weak because it's in the same value range, which isn't too crazy, but I don't like it. So I'm gonna brighten this up a little bit and then maybe darken this out tiny bit. Bring this up like so. And then you know what? I'm gonna do some sort of paneling now. I think the paneling that looks something like this. I mean, I don't know how regular it should look. But let's say I have something like this, right? And the idea is there are some bolts like so. Yeah. Then one says the new James Webb telescope is producing some mind-blowing images of space. I love space. I do love space. And it's very mysterious and it's crazy. But yeah, it's really like, it's so surreal when you look at those photos. You're like, oh my gosh, that's real and that's out there. It feels crazy. Yeah. Let's see. We might want to, let's see. So we are doing this so that the light is completely coming from the outer side, and then the side that is facing the player has been in complete darkness, which I don't know if it'll work for this case. So we'll see. Because if that's what we're doing, we're cutting it this way, kind of like moon, like when the crescent moon thing happens, right? And all of this is like bright, but all of, oops, all of this side becomes dark, doesn't it? Kind of like that. And this could, I don't know how well this will work. We'll see. And then maybe have some transitional color so that this, so it doesn't look too terrible on our inferior human eyes. We can provide some graceful transition. Make it so that you can still see some details in the shadow instead of completely cutting it out. If we want to do that, I don't know, might or might not work. I think one layer is fine, actually. Yeah. This is very tricky, I have to say. It's really hard to work with. And I probably want to do something extreme. Like this. There you go. A little bit of highlight there. I do want to make it so that pretty good chunk is lit up. There you go. I don't know if this will actually read or not, but we'll see. Okay. Oh man. Daniel says I think it's extra weird to look at because with light pollution, we never get to see the Milky Way in the sky, so it's even more surreal to us. Yeah, I mean, I think our parents' generation had an opportunity to see it, but for our generation, most of the world night sky that we live and experience has been that with massive light pollution. Definitely not the norm to see all the amazing lights in the sky. Okay. I'm feeling a little bit split on this. Because this like realistic rendering of this object feels a little bit too realistic. The shadow being obfuscated like this makes it feel pretty extreme. It almost feels like this entire side is cut off. So we might have to redo this. I'm gonna go back to the drawing board real quick and try not to think too much on this. Don't think about it too much. Redesign all of this. Okay. So I'm gonna color everything out again. And do this. And then we're just going to circle out and carve out the lighter part. And then let's see. This needs to be carved out more, I think. Like so. Yeah, that feels a little bit rounder. And then let's see. We'll make it so that the little glowing warning system is like around the circumference of this kind of spherical mine, for example. So here we'll have some like a lighting thing happening. So you see these like little buttons, or little glowing LEDs, I guess, occasionally. And then I suppose for some visual interest, we can have the center be concaved in, perhaps? Like this top center. Like it's like curling into something. Like it's like a little... like the butt of the watermelon, you know? If I have to be so crude. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. So if it sinks in, I want to make it so that the edges catch highlight like we did before, but the inside is definitely very, very shaded. And then the proximity is what makes it like that. Yeah. Like so. Okay. So it goes in. I kind of want to make it, I don't know. Sometimes the pixel arting is just a process of discovering the shape I want. Like I don't exactly have the shape I want in mind. And just kind of pixeling around, like noodling around here, helps me find the shape I want sometimes. Like, you see how this feels lopsided? Not really sure what's happening here, why it's doing that. I think it might be too dark, potentially. I mean, if I just do this, it doesn't make sense, but it has a clearer shape language. I have to just do it like this. Well, I guess I could just kind of do this instead. Okay, that's not bad. We'll do that. And then have it draw maybe like little panels like this we did before. Right. Kind of like indicating that this is some sort of machinery, a weapon potentially. What I don't look forward to is making a tutorial for all this. Like the game, tutorial for the game. So like I put different types of structures and whatnot. After that, like, how are users gonna learn the gameplay? You know, I don't think that works out as well. Okay, I think that's okay. And maybe I have like something like that, like a big light chunk. Yeah. All right. I suppose that as it goes down, the crevices just taking really dark color, and I think I'm gonna make it so that the bottom part is really dark, even though technically I think you should be able to get a rim light out of this instead, but I think I've already accepted that the reality of lighting is not going to really look good on this. Okay, so we have some detail here. I think we could even do something like this. It's too glowy, I guess. Wonder if I can do this. Maybe. Kind of works. All right. I guess that works. I don't know. It's always a little bit tricky. And then I suppose we could put down another line. Kind of like middle line that's going around. Which obviously would probably catch light. So there's an opportunity to put another detail like this right here. Looks a little goofy. I mean, it looks a little bit more like as opposed to a sphere. So I think I'm just gonna skip that detail. Instead of putting an actual line, I think what I actually need is detail like bolts. Like so. So we'll have bolt like so. That catches both light and dark like that. So the details look a little bit more machine-like. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. It's coming together. Zabazev says, an easy way to make art look better is with a very simple color theory. If something is in light, make the color a little bit further counterclockwise on the color wheel. If it's in dark, a little more clockwise. Yeah, that's called hue shifting, and I do believe in that for sure. And that is a top tier, what do you call? Tip. Thanks for sharing. I'm just making sure that the dimensionality and then the shape language feels okay for this one. Okay. Denimal says, I like the colors on this one more than the first one. Yeah, the first one was a little bit too purpley for sure. I agree. I might even get even like that. Nice. Okay. I think that's okay. There's some lighting things happening. I might actually try to add some like little hint of glare to make it feel a little bit more glowy. And the idea is I think it's just like a simple animation of glow going around, right? So for example, this is like, if we say this is turned off, turned on would be going fluorescent on that. So like, actually we might have to desaturate this even more. So if we desaturate on this, like so, then we're gonna bring it up just a tiny bit. More desaturation. And then this, I suppose it could even go over here and say, hey, this is the glow color. And if that's the glow color, yeah, there you go. Okay, so we go, whoop. And I'll fill this up one at a time and see how this feels. And then see if that's what we want or if you want to have different pattern for it. Technically, we could do one more thing here, which gets into this like mixed, in the space of mixed I don't know what to call it. Mixed pixel art? Because like pixel art by nature, naturally, you know, is meant to be a little bit more in the space of lower resolution. And what I'm suggesting now is mixing it with the higher resolution element, which is to put light 2D, like the point light, to have this like bloom effect when the light glows up. I mean, it looks okay over here. But obviously, in real situation, the surrounding color would be impacted by the glow of the light, which, you know, obviously we're not doing right now. So let's say this is a proximity mine. Let's see. Over here, we're going to go to our combat. Then go to our pieces. I don't know if we've been I guess we've been putting it in this just overall sprites. Kind of want to put it in pieces now. So we'll do proximity mine and we'll save export to sprite sheet like so. And we're gonna open up one of our pieces. I mean, technically this would be like a missile piece. Would it be a missile piece or ship piece? I mean, it's technically a projectile that players, when they run into it, they would get damaged and it explodes. So I suppose it should be considered missile piece. And we'll inherit that real quick. Hopefully there's nothing funky there. Missile piece there. It does what it does. This one has on turn action already, meaning this one moves forward when the turn starts. I mean, technically, I guess. I don't know if we need this. Yeah, we don't actually. I mean, only benefit it has is the fact that it's sharing the missile piece thing, so it'll share some of the logic. You know what? I'll do it. It's okay. I'll say proximity mine piece. And that'll be under combat pieces. Call this proximity mine piece. And clearly we need to override the on turn action because it doesn't have this. So we're going to create a new script for this guy called proximity mine. And we'll make it inherit missile piece. So will be proximity mine piece. Basically, it's the same as the missile piece, except the on turn action, we override it to do nothing. For now. It'll do detection. I suppose we need one more frame for this. Last frame being activated. So this is right now idle and detecting. When it's activated, I think maybe we could put a red glow in the center. Ooh. Hold on. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that doesn't look half bad. Might have to reduce it down though. Yeah, okay, that looks activated. So we'll say if it's activated, it'll go flicker between this and this. So it'll go like that. Cool. So we're going to save this again. And we'll have to update this animated sprite here. Create a new one. Default, and then activate it. Default will be whatever we just drew. Created. Is this technically still drawing? Sometimes it's kind of weird to describe clicking and, you know, clicking colors in as a draw action. It feels like I'm creating. Like that seems like more appropriate. Constructing. feels like a more appropriate verb to use for that action, but I guess technically it is drawing. So we have this, like that, and then activate it would go from here. And this one will repeat as well, like that. Okay, cool. And the animation player, we're going to probably create a new animation here. Well, so we're doing the float thing, which is great. I suppose it doesn't really need to do anything else. Except if I want to do something like, for example, if I do the... but then I don't want to do that. I need to come up with the light texture and stuff, which seems annoying. Will this work? Just straight up. We'll see. All right, so proximity mine. Let's take a look. On turn, it doesn't do anything. On every turn, it stays the same. On spawn, it does a turn action, which is moving up, so it doesn't matter. On impact, it does the same thing. It should play the explosion. And I guess we gotta add the explosion on this. We're gonna use the same explosion because we're working on budget here. A budget of, you know, oops. Having not as many resources. And we'll do our explosion sprite that we drew already. I think explosion is like 12 frames per second, I think. Daniel says, I feel like it's all part of the art process, so sure that it is drawing. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Boom. What am I listening to? Why am I hearing lyrics, spoken words, when I'm listening to Chillhops? It's supposed to be chill. Anyways. So explosion would play, it's activated, or it's default blinking. Great. Is animation finished? Blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Those are all same thing. I think. Right now on impact, we might have to change to on activate. And what does it mean to activate, right? So on turn action, actually. So right now on turn action is in the beginning of the turn. On its turn, what does it do? I think we do definitely need explode if activated after countdown. So maybe we give some countdown. Hey, Conic. Conic says, hello, everyone. Denim says, hey, I wasn't going to judge. Yeah, exactly. We're not judging. I don't think you were judging. So we can say proximity mine might have a countdown. Like, I have to think about this. If it explodes after like more than one turn, like if it gives you that much forgiveness, does it feel too easy? I'm trying to think if there's ever a situation where that is a challenge. I guess it really depends on how much, like how far it detects. I'm making it so that only like the adjacency triggers it. So over here, if I, for example, had a proximity mine here, like rarely a player needs to like, so for example, if it's over here, I wait, I say, oh, I'm going to move in. I activated it. It's going to explode, which will impact here, here, and here, and here. And I'm like, oh, shoot. I have to run straight forward, but there's a missile, so I can't go forward here. but I would come over here. But like, there's no danger here. Neat says selection 2026. Wait. Oh, no, that's your name. Neat selection. I don't know what that means. Sounds political. I'm not gonna say anything. Hepta says, hey Ezra, you're the best Latino streamer. Thank you for promoting diversity and inclusion of Hispanic community on Twitch. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to represent. I'm not really sure if that person meant it in a very real sense or is just trolling, but it's kind of funny comment, honestly. Papa says, howdy fellow pixel artists and game dev. I'm a moderator for r/indie games. Just be bopping into other dev chats to vibe. That's good. We like to vibe over here. We're working with Godot here. Well, thanks for moderating indie games subreddit. Sounds fun. I'm sure there's no shortage of modding needs. Hepta says MX. Mexico? Okay. Well, it is what it is. All right. So we're making some proximity mine here. I have to think about what puts down the mines. I mean, I guess I could think about a game mode. Here, let's do one more thing. So I'm going to make new objectives. Let's see. So on configuration, we have this thing called standard combat, which I think I'm going to make a new inherited scene called escape velocity combat. I think. Yeah. Maybe not escape velocity. It should be like the minefield combat, for example. And then we're going to add new objective here. Right now, this is destroy enemy objective. We're going to create a new one called FTL or escape objective, which I guess we're going to attach a script here. Extends combat objective, and then this one requires these 3 implementations. And or return true, I guess. Return false here for now. And the objective message. Oh, thanks for the follow, Papa. Papa says, listen, it's Reddit. I get it. But yeah, no, I'm glad you're here. We like to chill. We like to have a good time. Making our kind of tactics, but more crew management game. If I were to say, okay, well, marketing message is that this is a blend between FTL and Darkest Dungeon, where the importance is managing your crew's stress level and then exploring the unknown, kind of like Outer Wilds, in a very retro-futuristic aesthetic. But right now we're focusing on the combat aspect, combat/event aspect of it. I think the string here would be reach FTL point and escape. That's the objective for this one. Simple enough. And so on our minefield combat, we're going to just draw escape objective here. And then the generator, we're probably going to put some asteroid generator in here, because I still want some asteroids. And maybe Minimum have 5 here and maybe like 7, 5 to 7. And minimum distance from player, I think we want to keep it close. And then maximum distance from the FTL, like this one doesn't matter. This can't be 100. Papa says, you have my attention at Darkest Dungeon. Exactly. See, I know my keywords. You know what? Let me do a little marketing push real quick. So the official pitch is explore the unknown space with a uniquely hand-built ship and crew in this retro-futuristic game. Navigate through hazards and events while managing the sanity of your crew. Are we truly alone here? And the idea is, I mean, there are narrative components. So you have these like major scenes where you can click on these little points to have these like exploration type interaction with dialogues and discovery within the city, kind of like Citizen Sleeper. But when you're deciding to jump to the other location, you get into this procedurally generated roguelike component where you see where the destinations are, but you don't know how to get there exactly. So you do still have this like randomness in between to get to a place. I guess it kind of feels like Hades, where getting to the boss is definite. Like you will always get to the boss, that one spot. But then how you get there is kind of mystery. But then except you can actually explore the different, I guess what's his name? Dead Cell kind of does that, where you see a general direction of where you need to go, but you don't know exactly what will happen on the way. But I think the cool part for me is that when you first start out, you're not going to have this like major point of interest, which ends up being one of these things. It's not going to be visible. Like you have to discover, you have to explore the map in order to find. And once you locate the place, it's going to be there. Of course, that makes it so that like fast travel becomes even more beneficial if you care about that. But yeah, and there's some story aspect to it, but yeah. Papa says, hey, 10 out of 10 game doc. It's fantastic to see others who stay on top of organization. Yeah, I had to do this recently. I mean, initially it was just like idea, a rough doc, and then implementation. But as I was trying to, like, there were too many, let's see. Too many cool ideas. That scope was continuously increasing. So I was like, you know what, team, we need to lock it down and decide on our messaging and feel of the game. So here we are. I'm going to say FTL will be on position X equals 11 and Y equals 1. Assuming that it's 0 indexed. So you see how I can configure my generation like this, right? It's pretty cool. I'm going to make another generator here. Specifically a minefield generator, which probably looks just like asteroid generator, except we're replacing the asteroid piece scene or packed scene to the minefield. So technically, I think, let's see. Do they have same thing? Yeah, they do. Minimum distance, blah, blah, blah. It's exactly the same. Then copy and paste. So I think we can make a common one called default piece generator, where the script extends combat generator, and it does this, copy and paste here, except the constant asteroid piece scene would instead be an export called target piece scene, and doesn't have a default value. And this one, instead of asteroid piece, target piece will be an instantiation of this guy. The grouping is the only thing. I think... hold on. Animal says, not the scope creep. Yeah, exactly. Not the scope creep. I mean, I think there is there's a time for scope creep. Maybe in the beginning. Oh, sorry. Invadium, thanks for the follow. And we reached our 1,400 follower goal. Yay. Let me just make sure the music is not too loud again. It's too loud in my ear, at least. I mean, there are time and places for scope creep, I think, right? Because that's when the ideation happens, when crazy, good, new, exciting ideas come out. But, you know. Papa says, remind yourself that scope creep is a slow and insidious killer. Haha. Yes, I got the Darkest Dungeon reference. Denimal says, Ezra, not to be annoying, check my earlier message about tile sets, or I can reach out to you in private about commission. Oh, I didn't see that. Denimal says, hey, Ez, hope this doesn't derail you, but how much you charge for a custom tile set with character animation? I'm more of a 3D artist, never the pixel art. I don't know. I mean, you're an artist yourself, so I feel like given my skill that you wouldn't try to take advantage of me. So I think I trust your suggestion. I would say call your price, honestly. But I do have, like, if you need it quickly done, then that's going to be a little bit trickier. I definitely need the requirements that kind of predefined. Then you can call your price, I think. I'm not sure how the pricing for pixel art would work. If it's just single tile map, I think it should be charged by the size of the or number of tiles, right? Does that sound about right? So if it's not, how about this? Do you want that custom tile set? Because I think there's two requirements. One, how big do you expect it to be? And then we can discuss that appropriately. And two, would I be allowed to reuse those tile sets for other commercial purposes? So would you want your tile set to be exclusive to you? Versus, am I allowed to sell that on like itch as a asset pack? Or do you want me to give that right to you, as in you? So if I say exclusive to you, then it's on you for you to sell that if you want to, which is a different type of work, right? Because as a game owner, you get to do whatever you want with the sprites. Denimal says, going to try and do it myself, but if I just suck at 2D, I'll reach out to you on Discord with my requirement and price, and you can then counter it if needed. Lol, just to not hold this up anymore. Yeah, I mean, we can talk in private, but I think that's a pretty good discussion to have in general because I have no idea. But yeah, good practice. Okay, so we have this target piece scene. It'll instantiate this. Not declared in the current scope. Oh, yes. Okay, so this is an issue where it's being added to a neutral group, which it shouldn't be. I think what it needs to do, the easiest way to handle this is by saying, hey, add to whatever group the generator is in. So I would say self get groups, and for group name in get groups, which will be array of strings, add the target piece into those groups, like so. So I can configure that grouping pretty easily. So now I have a default generator. Hopefully that just kind of works. So we'll say, hey, on my minefield combat, I'll add default piece generator. And then come over here and add it to technically it's the enemy. I'm not sure if I've been putting missiles as enemy. Let me take a look at what I've done. Pieces, missile piece. Oop, wrong one. Missile piece is a combat piece and it's neutral. Oh, missile piece is considered neutral. I guess because it can damage both the enemy and the player. Okay. Okay. All right. That makes sense to me. Also technically this should be node. It's gonna yell at me. There you go. Okay, minefield combat, default generator. It's going to be combat piece and neutral. I think it's already a combat piece, so I don't have to really worry about that. Let's see, proximity mine is combat piece and neutral. Yeah, it follows that anyways. Anyways, so default piece generator here. Okay. That will generate it. On the combat field, let's see. The proximity mine, I'll say this is going to be mine generator. And for the scene, we'll just get this in here. And then, oh geez. Papa says, as someone who has done pixel art comms since 2009, the rule of thumb is $25 per hour of work, depends on scale of the product, plus $5 per year you have been doing pixel art, and an additional 50 to 100 USD surcharge for exclusivity. No resale or recommercializing. That's just industry standard though. I mean, I guess that's good to know, industry standard. Though I know pricing probably has changed over the years. So I would be probably charging something along the lines with like $30 to $35 an hour. But like that whole hour of service thing is always a little tricky because it's like me as a buyer always feel a little bit uncertain, but then there's like general consensus of like trust. Yalv says, I'm rich now. Why? What happened? Why are you suddenly rich? Oh, because you were going to sell your... Let me try the 2K booster pack. Oof. No. You have no idea how much I've spent on those like gotcha power pack, booster packs type of situation. No more, but in the past. Okay, so over here, minimum distance from player. I don't think, I guess 1 or 2 actually, because I don't want it to start activated. A maximum distance from the FTL, I don't think it matters. So I'll put 100 here. At least spawn, so let's see. So 12 by 3. I mean, I should be able to do this math pretty easily, but I'm not going to make a mistake here. 12 by 3 is 36 spaces, and I want about 30% population. So that would be about 10 mine giant. So we'll say around between 8 to 11. I want to see if this is ridiculous amount of mine or not. All right. So next up, we're going to go to our combat tester. Yes, that's right. I'm saying this to show off because I think some of you guys have never seen me develop a game here, Papa, specifically. I have a combat testing scene separately. So, you know, we have a game, but I have a standalone tester suite for the combat only, so that I can test the like the API point, I guess, specifically speaking, like the front end point of the combat, without having to replay the combat or replay the game over and over again. I had to do that specifically because I already developed the game, the other version of the game in the beginning, and then I'm now developing combat, and I don't want to piece it together. Yalv says, oh, I can't think. I can't. Oh, I can't. I think I need to buy more berry folk seeds. Oh, I see. You need a bunch of berry folks. Everybody get your berry folk. Plant your berry folk seed and water them. Get your little gachapon here. If you DM me money, I'll give you a free one. Just kidding. Don't do that. Papa says, of course, this mostly depends on the type of work. That's what we recommend for game assets. It varies in small ways if you're doing assets for a streamer like emotes or stream avatars or something more complex like full animation and portraits. I think also, which is similar in just general commission world, even for like regular like digital art. The requirement, like the purpose of the use really determines the pricing a lot. Ads about to start here. Again, really? Has it been an hour already? Dang. Dan says, Papa makes me think of Papa John's because I'm a fatty at heart. Dang, I want pizza now. Papa says, lol, you wouldn't be the first for Dan. Who cares, YouTube? Hey, YouTube, welcome. Welcome back. Who cares, YouTube says, lol, why not just dono using Twitch features? Because Twitch takes the cut. Like it's a lose-lose situation if you dono or if you use middleman to pay someone for the work. The person who's getting paid gets paid less because of the service fee, you know, and then person who's paying doesn't get to fully appreciate the payment, which potentially could have been cheaper. So I don't know. It feels like a lose-lose in general. But I guess it depending on the use. Yelp says, Ayo, I look different than before. Oh. Where are you? Oh, you got the little wizard. How many berries do you have? If you do berries command, you get to see what you have and you can change berry to any of those names. So I like my squat berry. Like so. So if you think you have different one, you can change it. My favorite still is the wizardberry, the wise, what do you call it? Shiny version of the wizardberry. I don't have that right now. Somebody has it. I don't know who has it. I need to start looking into the database to see who has what to start having leaderboards. I need a berry folk trading card game at some point. Not sure where people can play it. Maybe offline. Yeah. Anyways, okay, so new generator. So we're going to open up our combat tester. Oh, that's right. Right here. And then we probably want to add new items into the list. So the second one will be the minefield combat, right? Which is under config, I think. Where is it? Combat configuration. And then we have the... Oh, wait. Did we not save it? Wait, what happened? Where did I save this? Objective. Generator. Hello? Proxim. Minefield. Oh, it's under pieces. Whoops. I'll move that over to configuration. There you go. Okay. So we're going to come over here. We're going to use, now that we're on 4.5, we're going to make sure we use the unique ID, UUID, instead of the path dependent resources. So we'll do that. Oops. Like so. Preload. What the heck? Hello? There you go. Boom. And we'll preload this guy. And that's a second item. Items in the list. I don't think I have to do this manually. Let me just confirm that it does it automatically. Item list. On restart. Get selected items. Okay. When do I populate this? Do I populate this at some point? Is this a manual thing? I guess it is manual. Yes. We'll say this is minefield. Escape. There you go. All right. Let's test this if our combat tester works. Hey, Osama on YouTube. Welcome. All right. So the first one is standard combat, which we have, which tested it. Minefield. Aha! Yes, it does work. So we have some minefield here that's generated. FTL point over here. Asteroid. Asteroid being on top of FTL point seems a little silly. Some of these overlaps. I'm not sure if I want to keep this. I don't know if they're any. Oh my gosh. Maybe they need to have some rules about being right next to each other. So we have standard combat and then minefield. So we are going to implement some minefield stuff. The center location for the sprite seems a little silly. I might have to adjust that. But hey, look, my combat tester is working. Let's see. I'm going to adjust the center for the minefield. Or mine pieces. Mine piece. Somewhere in here. It seems I need to shift it to the left and just left a little bit. Technically I could just offset this and it'll just work without impacting anything else. That feels a little bit better. Okay. Do that for that guy specifically. This one. Yeah. Asteroid feels okay. So minefield. All right, next up. I think it being on top of FTL point is okay. And the objective says reach FTL point and escape as an objective here. Cool. Next thing, I want to be able to move up to the minefield. Whoa. Wait, hold on. Why is this? I need to restart it, I think. Yeah, there you go. I was like, why is it not centered again? I have to offset the Y a little bit more. Yeah, that's a little better. Proximity detection. Okay, so for the pieces, when I'm moving into a space, so far I've been doing explosion and impact decision by the grid handler, the handler that's handling the logic of moving the pieces around the battle map. I think there needs to be, when the mine, and it's its own logic, when the mine gets added to the tree, I think it needs to connect to the player, or like it needs to be triggered when there are adjacency effect, right? Technically, I think normally in a non-grid situation, you would have an area, like area shape around it, and have it trigger on area, like body enter on area. But that seems a little silly to do. Cooley says, what berry did I just get? What did you get? Oh, you got a hollow berry. It's called hollow berry. It's one of the new berries. It's a Hollow Knight berry. Yeah, you got the last one. You didn't see this one? It's a new one. It's one of the hot one. If you get a shiny version, it's a Silk Song berry. Well, technically, Silk Song is not the name of the character. Hornet berry. Yeah. We got 2 massive Godot berries walking around. Denim says, I was trying to get that one, lol. Maybe next time. Yeah. Maybe next time indeed. I'm sorry. I know you've been trying hard to put booster packs out here. Oh, Yelv opened another booster pack. Godot berry. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Sorry. Here, how about this? How about we celebrate with a little bit... I'll do a large booster pack real quick. Or a medium booster pack. Let's hope. Hopium. Okay. Wiseberry. Figberry. Diceberry. Another Wiseberry. Barry Allen. Diceberry. Oh, no, that's it. Sorry. Oh, another one. Figberry. Diceberry. And Blueberry. Sorry, no Hollowberry. Hey, guys. Redeem slow. I don't think it can handle... Ah! Oh, no. You guys are breaking this. Oh, my gosh. It works. It worked. I promise you it worked. Just the animation didn't work. I never thought there were going to be a situation where people are going to be redeeming booster pack all at once. My goodness. Oh, my gosh. Whew. Oh, that made me panic a little bit. Hey, Hypnotic. Oh, hey, there's... Okay, good news is that there's 2 Hollowberry now. How much can your computer take? My computer can take it. It's just, I don't know if I handle concurrency issues. I don't want people to, like, get, you know, scammed by my own game. No, he says, good day. Good day, you good dunce. I'm not going to try Aussie. I was a little bit more confident in doing Aussie accent back in the day. But I am now older and wiser. Anyways, welcome everyone. Let's do some proximity mine. Okay. So proximity detection. The piece I don't want to have to give... I don't want the mine to check on every movement, right? I think the grid handler should say, hey, when pieces move, are there other pieces in the vicinity that requires this range check, right? I think. And what's the smartest way to do it? I like instinctively, you would think, okay, well, whenever a piece moves into a spot, check if there are other pieces on locations around that area, around that coordinate. But thing is, what if the detection range is bigger? What if it's like 2? What if it's 3? What if it's configurable? Wow, everybody's just going for that. And that's not going to do well. When in doubt, hash map, right? I'm sacrificing some RAM space for this. But what if I register a trigger on coordinate? So be like, in the beginning, when pieces move or get placed in the grid, depending on their configuration, they also register a sensitivity to a coordinate. Basically, I say, okay, I'm listening for changes on coordinate 3, 3. Right? So that way, later when I move a piece onto 3, 3, I go, oh, who's all listening to 3, 3? And then trigger their placement effect. I think that could work, potentially. So the proximity mine, I think, could have a proximity effect, which is on... Oh, it'll play on impact, I think. We'll by default play whatever it would play on impact, which is blow up on the spot and blow up on range 1. But we'll do detection first. So we'll say export var detection range. By default, we're going to call it 1 right now. And basically on grid handler, which is responsible for placing things on the grid. Right. We have place overlay, place range overlay, clear overlay, initialize piece, place piece on grid. This is one of them. Remove piece. And then is there a move piece here? I mean, there has to be. Is position allowed, input on battle, da da da. Oh, it seems like I don't have a move piece here, which is kind of surprising. I mean, there is a on move on position changed. I suppose this is where we have to do the whole move piece thing. Battle grid. Oh, we're moving the piece. Interesting. Because it's doing the animation. Okay. Coordinate information, I think, is registered on the piece. So I think that's what we're going to do. So the combat grid handler will have a coordinate listener, which I guess could be over here. Ooh, Denmo got it. Where is it? Oh, you got the hollowberry. Nice. Who else got it? Wait. Is this bugged? The hollowberry count didn't go down. Unless it got added. Blueberry. Blueberry. Diceberry. Diceberry. Blueberry. Oh, it is getting updated. Figberry. Okay. Weird. I guess people are just redeeming boxes. Wait. Why is there a second redeem? What was that? Oh, it's two separate ones. There's a rare box and then there's a regular box. And it opens one rare box. Potentially you guys broke it. It's okay. Here, look. Just in case, I'm going to reset. All right. Oh, nobody has a plant right now, right? Okay, nobody has a plant. Don't worry. I'm going to turn off the berry folk real quick. So everybody needs to come out of lurk after this to pick the berries that you want. I'm going to restart the berry folk here. I'm going to spawn my guy. Right. And then I'm going to force spawn everyone. There you go. Everybody's going to get spawned in. There. And then the count is whatever it is. You didn't break it. It works, I promise. It's really hard to track. Nepalov says, makes sense. Yes. Thank you. So we're going to do a registration here. Technically, I kind of want to build a separate utility for that, but I suppose. Oh, you know what? It should be on the combat piece instead of just being the proximity mine piece only. So this detection range, I think we're gonna put it on combat piece here, and by default it's 0, meaning they don't really care. But then the proximity mine would say detection range is, wait, oh, it's on top here. So proximity mine will have detection range of 1. So everybody's 0. All right. So we come over here on the grid handler and say var detection register, which will be a dictionary of basically coordinate and wait, it's like this. It's keyed by coordinate, and then the components are array of pieces that are listening to this. Or, yeah, array of pieces. And this one, I think, can get reset on reset. I don't think there's a reset function here, is there? I suppose this requires a reset. So there's awaiting grid selection. This will be an empty. So I think probably do func reset. So, and this is important because over here on reset, we're doing all of these things. We also want to do that on the grid handler. We'll say, hey, grid handler, you're going to get reset real quick on reset, which happens on initialization. Okay. Daniel says at the beginning, man. Haha. What? Daniel says, how do you pick a specific berry? Yeah, people were showing it, I think. You do change berry. Yep. It's smarter than it seems. Yalf says, I don't get it. You don't get what? What are you not getting? What are you not getting? What are we talking about here? All right. Who do I pay to make a trading card game? Like not trading card game, but like a game application that reads from this. I actually need to, you know what? You know what's funny? These berries, information about the berries and who has the berries, it's locally stored. It's in my computer. It's in my computer. It's not in a database somewhere. So if I lose this computer, because I'm not even like backing it up, y'all gonna lose all the information. Which I guess seems like a bad idea. I should probably make it into a database. I don't want to pay for a database right now. Or a server. So that's what you get for now. Let's see. Oh, it's getting a little warm now. I'm gonna turn on the fan. Yeah. Let me know if it's too noisy. Denimal says, haha. Ezra, do you want to see a grown man cry? That's how you do it. Oh, just by dumping all the backup. Kenix says, dump your backup onto a flash drive or something. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't do it physically. I should do it like software way. So I should go to the code and then have it back up somewhere. We'll see. But yeah. I mean, that's a reality of our life right now. We're managing it, aren't we? Kenny says, yeah, back up in 2 locations at the same time. Who Cares YouTube says, my deployment pipeline is hosted internally on 12 of my servers. Each server has their own unique uses. One for Git server, one for Jenkins, one for homegrown dashboard, one for prod, one for dev. Your home's pipeline is all that? Or you mean your project? I mean, I would normally, but depending on it, I mean, cost is pretty affordable normally, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, my day job is being streamer now, so I'm not trying to incur any extra cost monthly. Denimo says, can you programmatically upload a text file to like Google Drive? That would be an option. Yeah, I think you could do that. You just need to call the API. Okay, reminder for Tuesday. That's fine. Let's see. Proximity mine. Okay, detection register. This is a coordinate register for piece detection logic. And we're going to probably have a bunch of helper functions here, right? So we're going to say, hey, register detection for a piece in a coordinate, which will be grid position. And then we want to say move detection coordinate for the piece, combat piece, origin from, I guess you could say from grid position, which is vector 2i to vector 2i. Or we could do func unregister detection of piece. And that's it. Grid position is already given, so I think I might actually even do this like that. There we go. Cool. You know what would be cool? If we signal whenever the combat piece moves. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do something real quick. Because I am already doubling up on this like grid position information. So technically we could have something like this. Like so. And when the grid position changes, before this happens, we can signal out this, right? I don't know if this is an overkill. So then on piece grid position property change, where we have from to, and then we have the piece itself, we can do all these other magical things, I think. So the detection register will be populated basically, I suppose when we're placing the pieces, we need to connect that. Place piece on grid. When we are adding it, we will, instead being added to a grid position specifically. Yeah. We will connect. Well, I mean, it's already there. Hello? Why is it not? Oh, it's because of this. Saying that prev not declared. Oh. It'll go from value or to value from what it used to be. Okay. And we'll say grid position changed. Connect that to on piece grid position property change. And then bind the piece itself. And of course, this only should happen if is connected is false. And then alternatively, when we're removing things, we want to disconnect the callable. There you go. Cool. I think this should kind of clean this up. Let's see. Yelf says, "Coolly draw. Thank you, dude. Now I can change to my cool wizardberry." Oh, you got gifted? Or not? Who cares? YouTube says, "Yep, my pipeline uses all that pre-cheap electricity to $77 USD ish, depending on if I run up my AC or not." Oh, so you have these machines hosted, server running at home. I guess. I do have an extra computer that's not doing anything. So technically I could use it as a server. Demo says, "Work doesn't let me use Google, so I never interacted with their API." Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Most non-Google place would be like, well, those things are open to them. So Kinect says it's not quite 3-2-1 backups, but it's almost there. Yeah. And a lot of people with their at-home server. Good job. Kinect says, "Lurking for them squats." Yeah, get that squat in. Good form, good form. All right, who else is here? Watermelon. Watermelon is here and lurking as well. I see you guys. All right, so we've connected the signal here. Now what we're gonna do, whenever the grid position property changes, I think we need to update the registry. Basically, if the piece has the detection range that is greater than 0, meaning if it's not, we're not doing anything. Otherwise, we're going to register the detection here for the piece, like so. Now, only thing is, I guess I should do this. Grid position would be vector 2i. And then we'll say this one also unregister the position here. To here. Only thing is we need to do some sort of upsert where if it's already registered, we need to not do this. Yelv says, "Anyway, see you guys. Bye, Yelv. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time." How do we quickly detect if the piece has been registered or not? We need a registry indexes, like the set. Seems a little bit frivolous. It's kind of annoying. Let me think about this. Okay. I think the assumption is that we need to check if the piece is already registered in this scope. So we'll say, well, for ranges 2, right? Ranges 2 would be the sum. So we can check the square. What's the best way to do this? It's not quite the square. We go through the square and then we still need to do the whole range thing. How did I do this for the overlay? Well, let me look at my past work and see how smart I was. Place overlay is fine. On range. Get position in exact range, which is this one. Oh. Wait, what? I don't know how this works. But it does, apparently. What? For each of the distance, I do this and it just gives me the vector? Wait, what? That makes no sense to me. This doesn't make sense to me. Hold on. I'm gonna have to debug this and see if it works. Just give me a second. I need to check if the distance of 2 or 3 works. It's 1, and then 2 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 additional ranges. So to me, that makes no sense. So let me go to combat action here. Move ship action. When we execute it, we're showing range. Let's say we do 2 instead. Could not parse grid handler. Okay, because we were in the middle of implementing this. Get rid of this for now. My favorite is when working on a feature, finding a bug in a completely unrelated portion. Okay, somehow it works. I don't quite understand my I don't understand my code. I don't know how it works. Maybe I was smarter back in the day. Now that I've seen that, I do remember testing that. So I did test it. It's not that I forgot to test it. It's just that I forgot that I tested. Weird. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the case, we can just kind of reuse that function, I think. So what we can do is for range in this 0 to 1. Well, range is, I guess range equals, not range, but distance equals range of 1 to whatever the maximum is. Increments of 1, it is starts from B and then ends before N. So it's exclusive. The arguments B and N are inclusive and exclusive. So So we got to do +1 here. And for each one of them, I got to say exact position. So get positions in exact range. For the distance, oops. Starting from the from position. And see, first of all, var is already registered is a question, I think. Or I guess we could by default unregister it first. Oh, hold on. Hey, Peachy, what are you doing in here? I was like, who opened my door in the middle of a stream? Hello? Can I help you? Did you want to... Hi? Hello? Alright. Wow. Oh, fat cat. Very fat cat. Okay, say hi to Peach. Hi. This one doesn't cry as much. And... No? I'm just gonna stare. The blank stare. Chess says hi, Peach. Get out. Get out of here. Get. There's nothing for you here. I promise. Alright, I guess I'll go get water as well. Here, I'll be back. I'll kick Peach out and get water. Okay, I'm back. All right. I mean, I guess it might actually be easier to just unregister the whole range and re-register instead of having a move command. So I might just do that, honestly. I'll just go, hey, unregister the piece from old position and register it in the new position. Yeah, and then we'll go over here. So for this range, for grid position or coordinate, oh my gosh, Peach. Oh my god, what the heck? Oh, you want to use a litter? Okay, you can do that. Now her just like kicking the door open. That's crazy. Like that was the most aggressive door open I've ever seen from her. Oh yeah. There's a litter box in here. There's 3 litter boxes and she decides that this is the one she want to use. Good jump. Get out of here now. Stop touching it, Rosie. Hello? Devil says, Peach said FBI open up. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it went. Oh, she's really digging. Gross. We're just going to have to... Well, whatever. I'll let her do her business. So for the coordinates in these ranges, we're going to have to unregister first, which is, I mean, not the most efficient way to do this. My watches keep telling me to get up. It's like, you've been sitting on your butt for too long. Get up and move before you die. It's very demanding. Technology these days are very demanding. It's like a little spoiled brat. I do what I want. Don't tell me what to do. Say get, and this would be the pieces, registered pieces, array of combat piece, and this will actually freak out because it's like, hey, it's just a regular array. It's not an array of combat piece. I don't know how to do that, so I guess I won't do that there. We'll do coordinate here. Something's missing. I should probably put pass over here for now. Whoops, wrong key. Oh, there she goes. All right, I'm gonna close the door again. Demo says my watch does that too. Like, mind your business. Yeah. I was like, wait, who set this goal? Who set this as my goal? Don't you know? It should be, what do you call? Calibrated for the job. Game devs and software developers moving around every like 10 minutes or whatever. It's ridiculous. Not gonna do that. No way. All right. Let's see. Whew. Interesting. Okay, so we are over here, coordinate, blah, 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 blah. Something's missing. It's saying that the from is not something I can work with because from doesn't exist, so we'll do that, grip position. So we get it. We have an array, and we just go, oh, man. I mean, technically, it would be easier if it was dictionary inside of dictionary, so we can like quickly grab it, as opposed to having to iterate through. But then there's not going to be more than one piece, one or two pieces in a coordinate, so I don't think it's as heavy as we might think. So we can do that. And basically, instead of doing that, we'll just go, oh, register pieces. Let's find this piece that we're about to work with. I think find is a thing. Well, it'll be an array. And we find it. It gives me an index. And I guess we just remove. I do think that you can just do erase, though. Let me see what erase does. Finds and removes the first occurrence. This method shifts every element. Yes, that's exactly what I want. So we'll have this erase the piece from this, if it exists. If it doesn't, nothing happens. Great. So we unregistered. When we're registering instead, we do exactly same thing, except we push back the piece here and then put it back into the map. Equals register pieces. Hopefully this works without a hitch. I can't imagine this being bugged ever. So I think we'll be good. Danimal says my watch does that too. Yeah, exactly. I already read that. Sometimes I get confused when I read something or not. All right, another thing, the grid position has been already decided in the beginning by the time this happened. So we do need to, by default, register detection for the piece. So we say on piece, so we're just going to call this now, which doesn't really matter. So immediately, I guess we could just kind of duplicate this logic, actually. Reusing code is always smart, but it's not big enough that I want to reuse it. So on place piece on grid, before connecting, we'll do this. Hey, does the piece have detection range? If so, we're going to unregister it from the grid position and then register it again, which makes absolutely no sense. So we'll just register it like so. There you go. Problem. It doesn't dedupe during register, right? So what I do think that it needs to check if it exists in the array first. So don't push it. So we go, whoop. Find piece is greater than equal to 0, I think. If, I suppose there's a function called has piece. Then we continue, right? Or you return, or I continue actually. We continue. Otherwise, we're going to push back into the thing. Denim says bugs don't exist. They're myth. It's all features. Yeah, no, I believe that. Often the best features come from the bugs, right? I like the kind of like the coping mechanism when you find a bug that's really hard to solve. Instead of fixing the bug to a desired behavior, you go, you know what? This bug happens when this happens in this sequential order. We can tell the user to not do that. And you put little like restrictions in the outside places so that the bug doesn't happen. Like you're fixing for the behavior that causes a bug as opposed to fixing the bug. That's one of my favorite things to do. When I say favorite thing to do, I mean like it's the funniest thing that happens. That I always feel like it's fun. It happens pretty often in the industry. Okay, so register changes on add. That's good, and only the mines will have that. So now that's happened, what we're gonna do is add a new function on the pieces, I think. So for the combat piece here specifically, we already have detection range, right? So we're going to say on detection, which will be a new function, on detection. Who cares? YouTube says XT. That's what I tend to do too. Dental says, I 100% do that in my job, lol. Hey, this happened. Well, don't do that. Yeah, I mean, that's usually the war. This is like such a common like battle between the like people who cares about the UX, people who's trying not to add exception. Because I mean, as like seasoned programmers, we do know that programming, like if you're really locked onto like programming in ways that are like quote unquote elegant and single solution, you often get into a situation of not being able to solve a lot of the problem. And so you're like, oh, right, well, I can make an exception for this one use case and potentially have another avenue for critical bugs and maintenance, right? Because it's not per rule, it's an exception. Or we could educate the users. We could just say, let's put a warning message here where we can configure a bunch of warning messages to tell people, hey, stop that. And often that's the answer. But you know what? The best of the experiences of software, I think, is... I mean, that's the difference between UX heavy programming versus not, right? I think that's what initially Apple did better over other software companies, is that they were focused on UXs and they did implement those more intuitive UX use cases as opposed to saying, hey, that doesn't fit my common denominator rule. So, I mean, there's some lessons to be learned there. But yeah, I mean, That's how it's funny because, I'm really close with my PMs and UX designer from my previous job. And oftentimes the things that we talk about their experiences with different software developers and their complaints is pretty much this. And they're like, I appreciate how you are like susceptible to making these exceptions. Because they're having to like argue with people all the time, being like, hey, because that's the common problem, right? This story happens all the time of like, oh, here's a feature we want. And, developer will go, okay, what are the requirements? Give me a requirement. Give me the parameters. Give me the requirements so I can go and implement this and test this. And then PM or UX designer will go, we need this feature initially implemented so that we can define the requirement. So like, I know we can't have a full requirement, but we need this first so that we can have requirement. And then back and forth. It's like, what do you mean? You can't have a development software if you don't have a full requirement. That makes no sense. Go do your job. And then PM goes, what do you mean? We can't really have a feature and requirement if we don't have anything to test with. That's like the funniest kind of like Ouroboros of software development, I think. Denimal says, I would be on a team with actual development pipeline. My company has me as a solo dev, so I end up being the project manager, designer, coder, tester, etc. Seems like they should be paying you more. That's what it sounds like. But then again, like, what's funny? Like smaller companies that can't afford having all these jobs so that you're overloading that job to one senior person. I feel like it's beneficial to them to pay a little more to this single individual than hiring 4 other people of that job role. So it shouldn't feel like a loss to pay that person more, right? But that math doesn't work out. What ended up happening is that they just work you to the bones, work it to bones. And then you decide that you're going to quit. And then they try to replace you and do the same thing. But they can. I mean, I guess if there's enough desperations out there, that might be able to find someone, but who knows? Whatever. All right. On detection has some logic. What does it require? Well, on detection, I wanted to be able to do a bunch of things, so I think I'm going to pass this as well. And now we're going to come over here on navigation combat. During the grid handler situation, when we are detecting on move, on piece position changed, the grid position already happened. The register already have changed by the time it got to this part. So we're going to assume that the event detection is already there. This is a collision detection. That's okay. Collision detection happens first. So this would be collision logic first. Since collision can make it so that the pieces go away, right? By the time it comes over here, are we returning anywhere in between? No, we're not, right? Okay, so by the time we finish this, the piece may be freed up, right? Remove piece from the grid. Da, 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 da. When we do this, we want to kind of return and finish. However, if the collision didn't remove the moving piece, trigger detection. Actually, hold on. Question for everyone, or question for those who are paying attention and not working on their day job. In this case, right, we're moving the ship and then these minefield or mines activate when ships move near it. Well, technically these enemies, so it should only detect... Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. So if I go next to it, and let's say I run into an asteroid and blow up. If I move onto a spot and die immediately, should that trigger the proximity effect? Or no? I don't know. I feel like it should, right? Regardless of if it dies or not. Right? Magic Footwear says hi and yes. You know what's funny about that? Okay, not funny, but what's cool about that is you can trigger proximity effect with your missile. That's a strategy. So if I go here, trigger and launch a missile, if I have enough action, I can actually clear all of this. Right? Is that too OP? That's kind of OP if I can just do that. I might have to make it so that the mine explosion happens in a square instead of just cross. I might have to do that. Yes, I do. It detects proximity but explodes in square. That way, if the missile detection happens here and then you move up, that gets destroyed as well. I think so. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, let's do that. So we are going to go back to our grid handler. And then I think before even destruction, we'll do handle proximity trigger. And then this one's going to be pass. And then we're going to do that for a coordinate. Trigger coordinate, which is vector 2i. And then that one will happen first after movement. Move animation plays. And then we're going to handle proximity triggers. And we're going to do that on the grid position of the piece. Come over here and we'll say, all right. Oh, you know what? I should say trigger source. So we'll say source. We want that because we don't want to trigger self. Denimal says, okay, going to go make dinner for my fam. Catch you all later. Bye, Denimal. Thanks for stopping by. It was fun having you here. Magic Foodbar says, or does the explosion don't trigger the detection on the mines? Does the explosion trigger the mine? That's a good point. Chain effect? Chain effect. If the mine gets destroyed, does it explode the other mine? Oh, okay. You're right. I think chain effect is okay. I think what I need to do actually is make the map spread out more, perhaps? Yeah, Magic Footwear says the placement is important then, yeah. I feel like it would be harder. Okay. So let's reconfigure this a little bit. Minefield. Let's make the map a little bit wider. And we'll put that on... Let's make it on 11 and 4. Let's see what that looks like. Whoops. I'm gonna have to comment this out for now. Okay. This feels a little bit more spaced out. Maybe 0, 0, 1, 2. Let's do 2. 2 here. Yeah, this feels a little bit better. So if it explodes, this doesn't trigger. This explodes this, and if it dies, I mean, if it gets destroyed, it should immediately trigger its radius, right? So this exploding will explode this, which is, I think it's okay. It makes sense to me. Yeah. Detect. Next turn, this will destroy, which will destroy this. This one gets triggered. Yes. Asashi says, what up? Hey, Asashi. Not much. We're just working on our little game here. I mean, this doesn't seem too bad. I guess my only thing is, like, is it actually that difficult to navigate this at all? Just don't trigger it, right? Oh, shoot. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, just don't trigger it. Why did it just freeze? Combat tester. AI. Well, anyways, it doesn't matter. Magic Fubar says, can the ship move more than one field per turn? If yes, you could prevent the detection by moving only one field per turn. I think if you pass by, it should trigger it. But I guess that's technically true. Oh, Asahi, whoops. Sorry. Asahi, the rising sun, hello. Not Asashi. That's funny. Yeah, that's true. Right now, only one movement per action, so it's not gonna. We're not gonna get into a case where it doesn't trigger. But I'm thinking about the difficulty here. It's not that hard to just avoid by coming here and then just going straight down. Right? Unless, I mean, technically the chain effect might make it harder. So for example, if I go over all the way here, that's just moving down. How about I make a small version? I think that's a little bit too long. So we'll make 6 and 4. We'll do 5 and 0. And start again. Asahi says, you get Lamau. You almost had it first try. What we're working on? We're working on our Dread on Arrival, the game. And we have initially implemented our combat of the regular standard combat, where the AIs would launch a little missile, which... Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Something's definitely broken. Either way. Now we're trying to make the new combat a new objective, which this one is reach the FDL point and escape. And we're implementing the little proximity mine thing where if you go next to it, it triggers. So let me think about this real quick. So if I go here, it triggers it. And it'll explode on its next turn. Oh, it is kind of tough. Because if I come over here, If I end my turn, this will explode. And if I end my turn, this will explode as well. Yeah. And then I get damaged. Okay, I think if we have some of these things back to back, it might actually be pretty challenging. Especially when you can't really fix your ship that much. Only thing is, if my ship is broken, I could technically start the game like being stationary. Well, we'll see. We'll see the difficulty control later. Let's implement this first, and then we'll see how difficult or easy this is, actually. Magic Footwear says, if yes, you could prevent the detection by moving. Yeah. We'll see. I think there's a chance that it'll be pretty difficult still. Okay. So on navigation, grid handler, we have handle proximity trigger. We're going to provide the piece that is a triggering source. I guess we just need the piece because it's going to contain grid position information on it. And then we're going to get the registered triggers. Say unregister, register. We'll have another function that says func get trigger ring triggering pieces for the coordinate grid position vector to I, and then I want this to return array of combat pieces, so this is going to have to go through some conversion. Array of combat piece. And then what we're going to do is register, detection register, get grid position. By default, it's going to be empty array. For listener in this, we already made it so that it moves every time a grid position moves. We'll say result. Actually, it should be probably a set of pieces. Yeah. So we say dictionary of combat piece and Boolean result. Put the listener as combat piece. True. And we just go through and populate. I mean, there won't be a dedupe ever. I suppose we don't really need to do this, huh? We'll just do this. So we'll say result push back the listener as a combat piece, and then return the result. So we have that, and we're going to call that over here for sources grid position. And that'll give us all the pieces that are triggering the proximity effect. And for piece in this, we'll do on trigger or something like that. I forgot what it was called. On detection. On detection. Might feel combat. It's over here. On detection, and we're going to call that with, I think it requires combat state and signal bus. Like so. So we're calling the detection logic. And that is activation for the mines. So for the mine piece, proximity mine, on detection, it's simply going to activate. So we'll have var, I guess var is activated, will be false by default. And then we're just going to set this to true. And I suppose if, where is it? Minefield piece. Proximity mine here. We're probably going to switch it over to activate it. So we'll say, it probably has that already. And the main sprite 2D, play activated on detection. And on turn action, basically, if it's activated, we're going to explode, but we're not going to do that just yet. I just want to see if it turns red appropriately. Okay, so I go move. Oh, there it is. Hey, look at that. That looks pretty cool. And then we gotta make it explode. On turn action, I guess, do we have countdown? No, right? We say, Asai says, this looking dope. Thank you, I appreciate that. I mean, I like how it's coming together, for sure. Trying to have fun here. Okay. I think this can be pretty fun. I feel pretty hopeful. But it seems like there's also a little bug here. Says, remove piece from grid. Can't happen because it's not connected. Oh. Oh, it's attempting to disconnect. Okay. Let's see if piece grid position changed is connected. Then we'll disconnect. Okay. Weird. Okay. All right. So next, the proximity mine on turn, which gets triggered on the beginning of, on its own turn, I think, automatically. Not sure. I'm trusting a lot in what my past self has done. Because I'm like, well, if my past self, implemented on turn action for other things, I surely hope that he made it so that it triggers for every single pieces, not just missile piece, right? For all use cases as opposed to just this one use case. So I'm going off of faith in myself when I'm making this impact. So I'm going to say, okay, well, on turn action, basically, if it is activated, it's going to explode. I suppose. Immediately. Yeah. For now, immediately. So let's say on trigger on impact. Nothing crazy just yet. This is not the whole story, but we're going to do that for now. Because the whole story is that it needs to create explosion everywhere, not just here, but we'll work with this. Because it's its own thing. So minefield here, and I go, oh, I'm gonna move in here, and move away. Ah, there it is. Oh, there you go. Reason it took a while is because it's going through each pieces. Okay, not quite what I wanted, but so I think we have to skip. Yeah. We only wait on objects if it has something to do, I think. So what we're going to do here, well, first of all, this shouldn't loop. And this is activated. We'll go all the way down to here. Grid position changed. Basically, bar. I think I need a permission one where it needs to say wait for turn. Wait for turn by default is false. And for the hazard pieces for AI, I mean, missile has a wait because it's a missile. I feel like it should be a configuration that's given to. Yeah, I think I might have made this kind of ugly, but I think it's okay. We'll figure it out. So we'll go over here. We'll say on turn action, which I think is maybe this on turn. Oh, it's under AI, isn't it? On turn action here. Isn't mine... Mine. Where's it? Up. Proximity mine. It's in group neutral. And it is an extension. Okay, so it is missile. That's why it's doing that. I think I need to do something here. So is activated perhaps is a missile piece variable, and is default true, but for the proximity mine, it'll be false, which I guess is not available here for some reason. What the heck? Well, yeah. So we come over here. Why is it not in here? Weird. Do I need to restart? Combat pieces here. Missile piece is activated. It's over here. And proximity mine. Oh. Wait, what? This needs to be... I mean, it is no 2D. All the configurations are not available for this for some reason. What's the issue? This one has this, yet this one doesn't. It only has that. Mystery. Weird. Maybe I need to reload the project. Sometimes it happens, I guess. By the way, I need to update the roadmap. So we didn't reach our initial goal, which is to be done with the roguelike version here. So we're going to say strike through and then say missed. It's okay. It's good to be honest with yourself. But it does give us an opportunity to talk about what this means. So we got to rethink about it. So our original goal was 13th to do both the mapping and the combat. We did finish combat, and then there's some extra bugs and details. And the scope creep was that we want to have different mode of combat as opposed to just being satisfied with having one combat and testing that out. So with the map and everything, I think I'm going to give myself probably another 3 weeks, honestly. And, you know, probably end of October, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a good goal. I do have, oh wait. Hold on. I have jury duty. I got summoned for jury duty. This never happened before, so I got to make sure I put that in the calendar. So that gives me probably 2 weeks in case. I'll probably need to readjust it so that my new goal is 10th. So I'm going to say the new goal is now adjusted goal November 10th is my adjusted goal now. A few items right now is add, hold on, procedurally generated star map navigation, and then another item is combat mode, escape, minefield. I want to add one more, I think, actually. Combat mode. Neutron star environment. And then combat mode. Boss ship. Just harder ship combat. I think that would be good variation. And then we want to have a shop feature. Maybe instead of shop feature, maybe we can use... this is a scope creep. Simple ship upgrade. Shop. And then the quest, probably not. We can reach the end. That should be good. I think that's it, actually. These are a lot of items, actually. The navigation itself may take probably a week and a half, I think. Let's see. We say 1.5 weeks here. We'll add some estimate. You know what? I'll be actually smarter about this estimate. Probably this will take... This alone probably takes 2 weeks. The whole new navigation system generation and clicking through. This probably is all 1 week each. This one potentially 2 weeks. So actually we might want to say actual goal date is 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 6, 7 weeks out. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus jury duty. So it actually needs to be December 8th. That's more reasonable. December 8th is our logistic goal. Not bad. I mean, it'll probably be faster than that, but I see myself having to really push myself to do that. So that gives us 1 month to test, but then people will be out of the office. I don't know if this means like more people will be available for testing during December because like Christmas holidays and stuff like that, or it means it'll be less. So we'll see. But it gives us 1 or 2 months before 2 months of getting feedback, or yeah, because we get 2 months, December and January, to get some feedback, and then we work on new polish, add sounds, actual animation and stuff like that. So that can be worked on simultaneously with the narrative update. But then the goal date for the new version is probably getting pushed a little bit more like March. We need 2 months to do all the polishing and get the rebalanced version of the roguelike version by March. Not sure if that pushes the other aspect. It might actually push this a lot, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right. So proximity mine is not activated by default, but on detection it gets activated. And what we're going to do here actually is on AI logic, the whole doing the thing and waiting is only if is activated. The piece is activated. Otherwise, there are no needs to like wait. So we're going to just go quickly. Hey, Ball City, welcome. We're doing well. We're doing well. We're adding new modes here, a new type of events, and then just kind of testing them out. All right. All right. So this exploded and this exploded. None of them are working, and then I can just kind of, whoa. Oh, this came back because it didn't actually go away. Right, that's what we need to do now. So on impact, now we got to make it so that it's not just playing the animation. It needs to actually explode in the vicinity, which is to say we want to create an explosion pieces in the range that's designated. So I might actually need to do create an explosion piece that gets handled and get added immediately. Potentially, or just use the mind piece. I don't know. We'll see. Ball City says, let me start a turf war light theme. Dark theme. I like light theme. I like dark theme, but then dark theme is giving a little bit like, I don't know. It feels a little too edgy for me. Yeah, I'm no longer that person. But also it's protecting your eyes, so I guess I can't really say that. But yeah. Alright, so it's still there. I need it to disappear when it explodes. And this happens on impact, right? On impact, it gets destroyed. So what we're going to do here, first of all, I can free itself, but that can be messy. So let me come over here and make sure I do everything appropriately. So grid handler does the movement. So far we had the AI logic moving the piece and grid handler handling the destruction and explosion. We need a new thing. We need to tell the grid handler to remove a piece, which is this. We're removing a piece from the grid, right? And that happens on impact, on movement. So we'll have to figure this out. This is going to be one of the messier parts, I think. The way I handle this. Okay. So it's not actually moving. We got to remove the piece from the grid on collision. And then remove the piece from the information. And then you got to free the queue of that piece. I think the mine itself should handle that. So on turn action, if it makes an impact, we'll have to remove it from the grid. So we'll say grid handler, remove piece from the grid, provide that. Piece being self. And then from the map info, it gets rid of that. So it no longer exists. And then free yourself once it explodes. So it doesn't wait anymore. As part of that also, I think it needs to immediately trigger explosion pieces around it. So I think I'm going to have to make a just explosion piece, which is neutral. This goes back down to like how the meme of, you know, like they say, I don't know if you guys played League of Legends back in the day, but they're like, everything's a minion. Like everything is an implementation of minion on the map. And basically that's what we're getting to. Christopher says, hi Ezra, how are you? We're doing well. I'm doing well. We're just trying to finish up some of our combat stuff. We just had to readjust our goal date for the roadmap, but we got to add some specifications, so it's good. We're getting to the end of it. Let's see. I can add the pieces over here, I guess. So we play the on impact, but I suppose the impact doesn't really, the logic of dealing damage is being done by the external logic, not the impact itself. We might have to change this so that the damage is dealt on explosion. So we'll do that probably. Yeah, we'll see. Christopher says, okay, as you're building the code, are you also checking it with spell checks or similar solution? Nope, I'm not. I actually, in fact, have some spelling error that I know is there. For example, here, combat signal bus. I misspell signal, but I'm not changing that. Because I don't know what side of... I mean, I don't think it should have any side effect. But, you know. Shell check. Oh, shell check, not spell check. Checking with shell check. I don't know what the shell check is. Like the OS shell check? I don't know what shell check is. I've never actually heard of that term. No, I'm not checking with any shell check. I don't know what that is. But I'm willing to be educated. All right. I'm thinking. Instead of impact happening on this, I do feel like it's a request I need to make to the grid handler where I go, hey, grid handler, actually, just like how I put down the overlay, on impact, on turn, when this happens, I guess on impact could trigger anywhere. So I say on impact is like, oh, you know, super on impact plus do this. Remove itself. But more importantly, oh, on impact doesn't require state, so. Well, the removal of the pieces happen on, okay, well, I think we can just keep it here. But I think it should request, because if things run into it, it should also be able to do things. I might have to provide this with the state and signal bus on turn action, and then we can say, well, actually, the combat piece on impact, which I thought it was everywhere. Impact. Oh, I guess not. We'll say missile piece on impact, do all of these things. And then proximity mine. We'll also have that. There's a bit of a bug I probably will have to solve as part of this, but not a little bit. I'm not too worried. And then we can do this here instead. Christopher says, okay. Oh, link. Sorry. Can you lift your whisper so I can send you a link? Yeah. Wait, how do I lift it? What do you mean? Can you not message me? Here. I can message you first. Hello. Got it. Hello. Shellcheck.net. What is that? Find bugs in your shell script. Oh. Interesting. For like after building a release, I guess. Because that auto-generates some shell stuff, I guess. I don't know. I never even thought about having to do that. That's interesting. Anyways. On impact, it gets destroyed. I guess the bug and debugging that I might want to do here is this. On collision, it plays the on impact animation. And it removes itself. But I'm already getting the information here. I might have to do this. Get the necessary information. And the piece itself. Plays on impact. Is this ever used again? Get pieces. Its grid position. And then it tries to... okay. Oh, that was a little bit tricky. Would the dealing damage be handled by the piece itself? I guess. Technically, it's a piece information. Christopher says, you can do it before you paste the content of each file and it'll give you tips on what needs to be changed and a possible solution. I mean, I guess, but it's the shell script tester specifically. Not just any program, right? This is specifically for shell scripts. Meaning, if your code doesn't have... Yeah, like I'm not really sure how this would be applicable to a program. Any program. Like, it's very specific code checker. It's a script checker. So I'm not really sure. Also, I'm a little bit curious how it works. But cool, I guess, if you need that. That's a cool tool. It is interesting. Anyways. Let me see if I need to do a surgery here. Interesting. Yeah, I'll test it later. Okay. So I used to do this as like on impact is only the animation thing. But it seems like it might be beneficial for us to do the damage distributing behavior by the on impact logic. I'm not sure. We'll see. This is getting a little bit complicated here. So the coverage amount, all those things are handy dandy. But let me think about this real quick. So we're calculating cover pieces. We're getting these things. And this one, basically, I think this is still a grid handler behavior, right? So we'll say, oh, like from the coordinate, right? Give me a damage target considering the cover logic as well. So this will be a helper function that says func get impacted or get damage target on the coordinate. Right, so we'll say, hey, combat state, blah, 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 blah. The grid position of the piece. So we'll say get damage target. I don't know if I need to provide the source or not. I guess it's the source of damage. Like so. And so we'll say source here, and combat pieces that's fine. Covered pieces. It's a little bit of surgery here, but I think this is okay. We can work with this. We'll go over here. Because eventually this is kind of common function that we are going to have to use everywhere. So we do that, and then we decide what the damage target is by populating this, and then we return the damage target based on the shielding. And this one will return a combat piece that is the target. So we'll say, oh, var damage target, which is a combat piece, is this function where the source is the missile for now. And then on that damage target, we're going to apply damage. Depending on what it is, that damage application looks different. I almost feel like this is like an animation or a damage handler, which may be its own function. But we'll see. Let me just look at it carefully. If the target is asteroid, apply damage this way. If target is a missile, apply damage this way. So this is... yeah. This is ship running into the missile. And then this is anything damaging player. Okay. So all of this is handled damage. So we'll say func handle damage, and it'll be source, combat piece, and then target. Like so. Basically, damage target will be the target here, source here. So anytime we see piece, I think, is the source. Damage target is the target here. Nice. This should be able to be reused, and then I can just update this or call this in order to do things. And then we'll do damage amount. So we'll do impact damage will be damage amount. Target is asteroid piece. Source is ship. Yeah. So if the ship is running into asteroid, if the ship is running into the missile, if the target happens to be a player, or target is not the player. Okay, so this is a source behavior and this is a target behavior. Cool. I think this will work. Go ahead, handle damage target. And so damage amount is impact. Source is the piece. Target is the damage target. Okay. And then this is traveling out of bound. Logic goes away if it goes out of bound. Check for out of bound. Has collision or out of bound. And it's a missile piece. It gets removed. Okay. Simple enough. So technically, I think, since I've already... like, this is the movement logic. The damage logic, I think, can be migrated over here, like so. So this would be a combat state. Grid handler. Get damage target, which I guess this is a public information. Christopher says, I packaged Snapd to Mage. Yeah, now these are very specific tools that I've never used or heard of, so I don't even know how to pronounce it. 9 some days ago, I've added the package to my repo. It doesn't fully work yet, but it is indeed packaged. They refuse to stop using static libraries, and Magia has started to move away from static libraries. That's why I built it for... Yeah, I'm not really sure what you're saying. Like, you're saying a lot of things that are very specific to your project. You know, like the context of what you're talking about is very unclear because, you know, every project has very different tool sets and libraries that it needs to use. And what you're doing is kind of outside of the scope of my knowledge. So unfortunately, I have no idea what you're talking about. Unfortunately, I guess. The piece is self here. Self is a source. So on impact, I grab the target and then I handle damage, assuming that the source damage be this. Yeah. So all it needs to do now is that if it collides and if it is missile, play on impact. This might be missing some information for the ship, potentially. But we can fix that, I think. So over here... Ah, man, this is going to be quite the surgery, but I think it'll be good on the long run. It's beneficial in the long run. The impact damage, I guess this is the only confusing part. It's like, how do I decide what the damage amount is? Which I guess is the impact damage right here. Like so. Yeah. Then piece will be self and damage target will be this. It applies damage on impact. This, we want to make sure that same thing happens if it is a ship that also runs into things. And so combat grid handler. Where I used to have this like very specific thing. Instead of specifying it only for missile pieces, I think we need to call on impact for everyone. And some of them has this logic and some of them don't. So for example, it would go like this and say super on impact with combat state and combat signal bus. And we're going to put that on impact logic here on the parent. Or on impact, combat state, blah, blah, blah. And basically, this is assuming collision, right? It's on collision, essentially. And then damage is basically this. I'm not sure if it should be impact damage or not, but we'll see. I mean, we could just assume 1. Any collision is 1. So we don't have to worry about that. Then we do impact on the target. And then it checks for everything. I think I'm gonna have to test this, but I have a feeling this is just gonna work. Let's see. Christopher says Magia is Meija 9 is my Linux distro. Oh, I see. I'm not familiar with all the distributions for Linux. I'm not much of a Linux user, haven't been for a long time. But I remember that you are setting that up. Sounds fun. Sounds fun. voluntary work. You know, on the long run, it's a good thing, I suppose. Well, good luck. Glad to hear that you're making some progress there. It's good to hear. It's very interesting. Okay. All right, I got to test running into things. I have a feeling it's not going to work, but we can get lucky, potentially. The ship also, yeah, I think it'll be okay. All right. So. Doesn't like that because it already exists in the parent. So we're going to rerun. Another one here. Super on impact is like, oh, this is not a thing. Of course it's not. Underscore doesn't exist. Pause. This one requires combat state and signal bus. Uh-oh. Okay. This might be an issue, potentially. Oh, boy. Okay. Aha. So when I play on impact from the source, because I'm like, I, as a source of the impact, is applying impact onto the target. The target also plays on impact, which cycles back, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. So we need to make sure that the definition of applying impact doesn't get reapplied. I think. Because otherwise it's going to run forever. Because it's calling each other over and over again until they get freed. Okay. So the impact shouldn't be called on the target. I think that it needs to be a separate handler. So impact is me impacting something versus exploding or dying, result of dying on death is a different handler. We need a separate logic for on death so that missiles and all the other explosives, they can play their animations if they need. Robot says, good evening, Ezra. I almost forgot about your stream. I'm curious what your progress on the game is. We're going through some surgery here, but we confirmed that this mode is working, blah, blah, blah. So we're adding a new mode, which is escape the minefield. And the idea is there are a bunch of minefields and you're supposed to get to the FTL point and then fly away. And basically these mines, they activate when you get next to it. And so you're supposed to navigate through. They have some chain reactions, so you're supposed to get to the other side. That's the rough idea. So we'll see how this goes. Yeah. I don't know how difficult this would actually be. Might be actually easy, but there needs to be some sort of like navigation / whatever. So we'll see how that goes. But that's what we're trying to do. But in terms of like progress, some of the effects that we're adding, they're having some sort of side effect with the way that I implemented some of these things before. Christopher says, yeah, it is. Looking at how Microsoft now forces people to use email account as your user mix. Thanks for the raid. Hello, raiders. Covino, it's been a while. Hello. Well, I say it's been a while, but I saw you the other day. Thanks for the raid, everyone. Welcome, raiders. Oh man, I was about to say I'm getting kind of tired with my voice, but it's okay. We got a lot of work to do anyways, so we'll stick around. Crystal said, but they play God. Yeah. I mean, with the corporate and their new OS overmasters, yeah, it's just kind of annoying. And, you know, going to open source software is way to go, I think, these days. First Superman says, is this a new project? This is not a new project. This is actually a old project that became new. So we're working on Dread on Arrival right now. Hello, Raiders. Plobby says, get rated. I got rated. BrainsApp says, hi, Raiders. Covino says, I saw you were working on a little tire, so it was like, perfect rate time. Waking him up. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I love that. I love that. Yeah, yum. Thanks for the follow, critics. But this game is called Dread on Arrival. For those of you who are just joining us and don't know what's going on, we've been working on this game for a while. Here's a pitch. So promotional keywords are a fusion of FTL and Darkest Dungeon with the environmental puzzle and narrative of Outer Wilds. All the good stuff together. Yeah, right? Typical. But actual pitch, without referring to some other stuff, is explore the unknown space with a uniquely hand-built ship and crew in this retrofuturistic game. Navigate through hazards and events while managing the sanity of your crew. Are we truly alone here? I mean, that's just kind of the vibe. We've had this part in the beginning. So the way game works is that you have this major point of interest with your crewmate and this like scene, and you can click on these like minor spot point of interest to have a dialogue interaction or exploration where you see this like side profile pixel art, and you can kind of navigate through these things to uncover new things, solve puzzles, blah, 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 have a dialogue shop and all that stuff. Cool. And once you depart these major point of interest, you open up this space map where it is procedurally generated grid that we're familiar with in a roguelike game. But most of it is covered in fog of war, so you don't actually know how to get to a place, but you know a general direction of where things are. For example, you know, if you've already been to the major point of interest called the cage, then it's on the map because you know where it is. But the thing about space faring is that, you know, some of the checkpoints you had before may not exist anymore. So you're rediscovering your path to where it is. So you can kind of guess where you need to go to get there, but you don't actually know what's in between, and you're discovering it. And another exploration is that some of the major point of interest is hidden. You don't know what's out there until you go out and explore. So there's that kind of sense of discovery of new things. And once you get to each point, you have a potential for combat, and this is what the combat looks like. And so far, I don't know if it's bugged out right now because we're in the middle of debugging. We're working on the combat part. And the combat part kind of looks like this, where it's like a tactics game, and each crewmate is a action, and you can change where they get stationed. So you click on the location. So for example, this is a control room. You can see that I can either move, turn off the power on the navigation, which I shouldn't have done. Otherwise, I could just move the ship. And when you end turn, the missile gets launched, which I think, yeah, it's not working right now because I broke it temporarily. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the gist of the game. We were supposed to be done with that combat plus the space map today, because that was our goal for pre-alpha, so we can start playtesting this version. But, you know, obviously it was a little short. Hey, that gamer. Welcome, Covina Raiders, again. A little late, but it's okay. We didn't reach it because, you know, they're a little bit of scope creep, but these are good scope creeps because I want to make sure that the first version of the playtest has enough content to meaningfully test it. So I added some items, and we have a new goal date, which is December 8th. This is part of the project management. So today we decided, so we had that original gameplay tested already, and the new thing we're adding is the minefield combat, where basically the goal is instead of destroying everything on the map, it's navigating through and reaching this final point and running away. So that's what we have. That's what we have. And I am debugging some stuff at the moment. Brains Up says Space Station. Le Croissant. Yeah, exactly. Robot says that is interesting. Looks like a good gameplay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it can be fun. It can be fun. I've witnessed and experienced a tiny bit of fun as I'm testing these things out. So we're not too far away. We're getting there. Okay. Let's see. We were rerouting some of the impact logic and we ran into one little hiccup. So the surgery that we want to do, I think, is a new parent function. So we already have this thing called onImpact, which onImpact by default for every pieces, that is things moving into it, right? So I'll define this. Called when this piece moves into another piece, right? So it'll play the logic of damaging other things that it's impacting into. So it'll damage it. That damage itself shouldn't explode things quite yet. It should probably get damage itself, right? So, you know, technically, we can have another handle damage that just applies damage to itself. We want to add on death, I think. So that's something we want to do here. Robust says, Ezra, I have idea. What about moving mines in minefield? 1 turn mine on 1 spot. 2 turn, it moves forward. 3 turn, back to start for turn. You know what? I like that idea. I think that makes more sense, right? Because minefield is kind of security measure. If it's just floating around, that's just kind of like a lame mine. I think there should be another one. You know what? Okay. This is why we have this. Robot, if you have the opportunity, go to channels and roles for our Discord server and click on Dread on Arrival playtest. This is, you're signing up for basically being part of the Dread on Arrival community specifically. And once you do that, you have access to a suggestions and DOA general chat. Hello. On Discord server, and under suggestions, you can add a new post for suggestions for the game. I do think that the moving mine is probably a good idea. I want to do that. If you would do that, I would appreciate it. If not, it's okay. I'll try to remember it. Either way. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Robot says, I try. Yeah. If not, it's okay. So I wanted to do on detection, on impact, handle damage does take damage, right? Where's take damage? Or apply damage. Pretty sure, yeah, take damage here. Where play damage animation gets played. And I think what we can do for the mine and the missiles, well, missiles specifically, we used to play the animation on impact, but I think it actually needs to explode on death, which is on take damage, right? So we go func, take damage. no matter what the damage is, it'll just explode and disappear, basically. I mean, technically it's on death, but it's okay. It's warning because it's saying that the amount is never used. That's fine. And I guess I could have just did starting health as 1, so I could say take damage will be amount minus equals 1. No amount. Current health minus equals 1, and say if current health is less than or equal to 0, then play animation of explosion. And basically, on turn action, it moves its position and signal that it has been moved. And on navigation, the grid handler does the movement detection. This comes over here. And so instead of calling... Ooh, what did I do here? Calling on impact again, which I think I did it right here. Instead of target taking an impact again, we're just going to go target, take damage 1 instead. And that's going to do whatever it needs to do. Magic Footwear says, Robot, if you don't mind, I can do it too. I have already posted 4 ideas. Would, of course, mention it as your idea. Yeah, feel free to do that as well. I don't know. All right. Oof. All right, I need to clean up a little bit here. So the missiles. On turn action and on spawn, it does this. It picks up the direction, right? Depending on what missile it is, it flips. Plays a default animation. And then the new position is the launch direction plus the grid position. And say, update the grid position on the information. And then signal that it has moved. Which then comes over here and triggers on piece position changed. Battle grid here, and then the piece will be moved on the battle grid. And we do it by move piece logic, which does a tweening of the piece. So it's kind of interesting that it's not immediately triggering. Let me see. I want to see if the... Okay, so I'm going to go back to the old logic and make sure everything works. I got to redo all the testing here. So we have this. If I end turn... First of all, a missile gets spawned in, and then it gets moved. But it didn't. It didn't trigger on turn. I think it's because... Turn action, this... potentially is combat piece. Is calling that self is a combat piece. Combat piece has no build error. So I'm not really sure why it's not triggering. Let me see. Combat grid handler over here. This is supposed to be triggering. And it's connected already from this guy right here, which gets triggered over here on spawn. Let me see if this even gets called. So we standard combat and turn. Okay, so on spawn is not getting called there. So I think that's the AI issue. So we go to AI. And for the AI logic, for each of the piece, if it is an enemy piece, we are on spawn. Ooh, on spawn is not being played. On turn action. Robot says, Magic Fubar, I am not sure if I understand you well. I guess you posted already what I have said, right? Sorry, didn't know that. But moving mines is basic game mechanic in many similar games. Yeah. It's okay. I mean, it's okay if you don't. I'm just trying to get people to get used to adding things there. Because I definitely need all the help I can get. And I need a reminder. I do think that is a great idea. So that'll also make it more interesting. Because I was like, well, floating mine, it's not that hard to avoid, is it? But I think recon mine probably is a good idea. It's also an interesting way to ramp up the difficulties. Okay, so I want to know when it actually gets triggered, the on spawn. Seems like it's not really getting triggered. Let's see. Well, nothing's really calling it. I think I might have deleted it by mistake. Potentially. Oh, piece, but okay. It's under... Oh, it's under place piece. I wonder if it's just not getting... Okay. I see. I see. Needs to be this, actually. We can't just return in the middle. That's going to be an issue. All right, there it is. That's going to fix it. All right, next, we need to make sure that the collision logic happens. So we have this and turn. Comes over here, resume. Okay, kind of. A missile launched, an asteroid got damaged, but then the missile itself didn't get destroyed. That's what we want here. So we're going to go to the logic of the missile, or on-impact missile. So I think for the most part, most things should take damage on itself. So for the combat piece, on logic of on impact, after applying damage, because there's a collision damage, and then if it explodes, you get collision damage and explosion damage, right? I think so. So getting 2 instances of damage for running into a missile doesn't feel crazy, right? Tell me. I don't know. Maybe whoever's listening. If I run into a rock, I just take 1 damage, right? I get rid of some of the rocks and I take 1 damage. That makes sense. If I run into something that explodes, I take damage on move and I take another damage when it explodes. Does that feel intuitive or does that feel surprising? That's the thing. Like, I don't know if people should be running into missiles and it explodes and it's just 1 damage, 1 like collision damage, and I just got rid of the missile, or it should be considered 2 damage. Because it's doing damage on explosion. Like, are you intercepting it or not? That's the question. Not really sure. Not really sure. But I do think that there needs to be just applying damage. Roba says, Ezra, floating mine equals it is sometimes something like moving train into the breach. Yeah. I think anything similar could make the strategy more interesting. Like falling meteor. Yes! Falling meteor sounds fun. Or like comet that's passing by. That could be really fun. X turns. Yeah. Stipe 1 says should do more damage. Okay. Cast Chef says only on explosion, I guess, because it explodes on impact. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's like it happens all at once where it goes boom, boom, right? So it's like, does that feel like 1 smooth motion where it's only 1 damage, or is it 2 damage? So far, we have 1 vote for, and which is unclear, 1 vote for more damage. Magic Fubar says, Robot, I have added your idea in Discord with credits because it was your idea. Thanks for doing that, Magic. Cast Chef says, as 1, I'd say. Yeah. That's the confusing part. Because if I'm exploding, I'm not exactly applying damage. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. But at least I think when I run into things, I mean, I'm already doing this where source is taking damage here. If source is a ship and target is asteroid, we're already doing that. So I don't need to redo that. But there's one where it seems like I'm not handling it if the source is anything other than that. So what I need to do, I think, is otherwise source will take 1 damage here on collision. Or handle damage. It shouldn't be this. Okay. Hold on. Think about it. Hold on. So we're handling damage. Where source and target means this is a handling collision damage specifically. And like we don't want to make sure, yeah. So it's handling collision damage. And on collision, so then now I can do the whole like, oh, damage the source and all that stuff. So we'll come over here. Source will take damage. If source is ship. Ooh, but then, okay, hold on. If source is ship piece. This needs to be actually source is player. Right. This is player moving into the asteroid. Thanks for the follow, Chef. Welcome. We need to make sure this happens actually if the source is in player group. Because this is like target takes 1 damage and player takes the player version of damage. And otherwise source takes 1 damage. And then actually target should also take damage, right? Target take damage. If we don't require any specific logic, then this is what we need to do. I do feel like there needs to be, well, whatever. And then what happens? If the target is not in player, oh, we're already giving target the damage. Why are we doing target damage again then? Okay, we gotta get rid of this. If it's in player, source takes the damage, otherwise source takes damage. The damage amount happens to be 1 in this case. And then if the target is not a player piece and it's not null, then target will take damage. And then if it becomes 0, we're gonna remove it. But I think the take damage does animation. And we want to make sure that the animation is finished. We want to wait on this, I think. Is movement done? Flashing done? Because we don't want to get rid of the piece until damage is done. I think getting rid of the piece should be handled by the damage taking. So we play the animation. Status change gets emitted, but we're not awaiting on this. Damage animation. Is animation finished? Okay. I'm just gonna make sure that this thing happens properly. Chef says as one, I'd say. No, we already read that. Stipe says getting hit by a pebble should have less damage than by a missile, regardless that they both have similar physics. I mean, the idea is, like, when you're driving into things, it's not really you're getting hit by a pebble, right? You're running into an asteroid, so you take some hull damage, and so that's kind of the part of the game. But we can adjust the damage amount in general. So I understand why you say it should be more. It's like impact damage and explosion damage. And that makes sense when you think about it. But when you're playing the game and that happens, I don't want it to... The first time that happens, I don't want the experience to be like, wait, what just happened? You know? So I'm trying to see what feels more like, less like what just happened. Thanks for the follow, Searchos. Or Circos, I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me think about this real quick. So taking damage plays some animation. If it gets to 0 after the animation play, it frees itself. I have a feeling that it's not going to work as I wanted to, but we'll see. That's why we're testing it. All right, so I'm gonna... I guess I could just launch a missile here. Oh! Did it work? I'm surprised. Never mind, it didn't work. Why is it... Hold on, what? Oh, it's running into overlays. Because overlay is also a piece. Hold on. Missile piece is a combat piece. Basically, on impact. On impact shouldn't even be triggered if it's overlay collision. So let's see. Grid handler. On impact. Right here. The has collision logic should only be when I get pieces. And then I filter it by... Hey everyone, I'm making the ugliest code ever. Is in group overlay, I guess. Are we calling it? Cursor or grid overlay? Cursor. And it's not in group grid overlay. Like, it needs to not be in there. Then it's considered collision, I think. Yeah. What's the warning here? Confusable local declaration. All right. It's like, I don't know. That could be confusing. Fine. So we'll do var colliding pieces has collision would be this logic where we're filtering this guy by this. Is this still going to be confusing? Instead of size, I would say is empty. Say it's not empty. Why is it still warning me? The parameter piece is declared below in parent block. Oh, okay. Object or element. Okay, there you go. Magic Food Bar says explode first mine run animation, free node, apply damage to near objects, repeat for each mine. Wouldn't that fix the issue with the endless looping? Getting pretty late here. Bye. Oh, okay. Bye, Magic Food Bar. Thanks for watching. No, it would fix it. And I think that's what I'm trying to do at this point, to break it so that things are not simultaneous, but one turn at a time. Well, kind of. I feel like the explosions, relative explosions should happen simultaneously, but we'll see. Okay, standard. I can just move. That's still detecting as collision. Kind of interesting. Let me move here. Colliding pieces. There are two objects here. Colliding pieces. One of them is grid. Oh, I think it's cursor. That's the issue. Wait, but then I already marked it as cursor. Oh, it's colliding to itself. Colliding with itself. That's dumb. We'll say element is not the piece that's moving. Yeah. There you go. Robot says, guys, when I saw the code Ezra is typing, it seems like Java for me. Isn't Godot language similar to Java object language? I mean, I use heavily the kind of the object pattern and typing, but it's not required. Typing is not required in GDScript, and the kind of like the usage of Lambda functions and all those things are not required as well. But I force myself to type. And another thing is indentation sensitive. Java is semicolon ending code, right? And that's why people compare it to Python or scripting language more than Java itself. But I like to use it as an object-oriented code with a class and everything. So it makes sense because I also come from Java background. So it would make sense if you see what I do and then it reminds you of Java. I would say, okay, good. I would say, though, most people would compare it to scripting language. Okay, I think it's working. Let me run into things. Okay, so that one collided. That one collided. Oh, no. Hold on, this is game over. Why didn't game over trigger? Basically what happened was that all my crew were in navigation, and I moved into the asteroid, which destroyed the navigation room. So everybody in the navigation room got killed. And so it's game over. Okay, hold on. Okay, okay, so it does avoid damage sometimes. Yeah. All right, let's see how it works if I run into the missile. Okay, missile goes away and I take 1 damage. Pretty good. And then I can move away. Sick. All right, let's see if all the logic is still there. So I'm going to now turn off the missile, turn on the shield, and then shield my electrical. One more time. All right. Shield resistance worked. Now I'm going to move into the missile while the shield is on. All right. Shield worked. Great. I think it's kind of working now. So I think we're back to where we were. We can't move into this. There's some chances. One thing we didn't check is missile running into a missile. So we'll come over here and turn this off, turn this on, and then I'll launch a missile. If I end turn, all right, pretty sick. Nice, nice. All right, so that mode is working, I think. Next thing. This. Mines exploding. Whew. All right. So we did some good reorganization. I think this was very much needed. Wasn't a waste of effort, at least, from what I can tell. Let's see. Make sure everything is great here. So proximity mine, when the turn happens, it's not an impact. I think what it triggers is explode, right? And on impact, is also explode, which doesn't necessarily get rid of it. And the explode logic should do some fancy stuff here, I think. Hypnotic trying to get that berry. Signal bus. Okay, so on detection, it becomes activated, plays the activated animation. And on impact, when something runs into it, it does the parent impact, which is the damage calculation and all those things. Don't do explosion. I think where the explosion should happen is funk on death, which, I mean, I suppose this I'm having to like really like break apart everything right now, it seems. I'm basically on death triggers when I take damage and health becomes 0. And missile piece has this. Except for proximity mine, I guess it'll just go current health or take damage. Would it be equal to taking damage? I mean, it's self-destruction, so I'll say take damage, current health. Semikin says, I think that Covino is just great. Covino is great. Okay. And then on death, it's going to spawn in a bunch of stuff. Only problem right now is typically take damage doesn't require providing bunch of stuff. And this is what I hate about like game development sometimes. Because like, you know, normally we have this idea of decoupling components and then, you know, unraveling the dependency map, right? That is, you make it so that things are encapsulated. So not every piece is aware of every piece of the system. But the problem is a lot of the times in game development, any piece may require to control any other piece. So it's like you're having to like always do this like puzzle of how much do I expose? Do I just make everything global? What's wrong with that? And it's like, well, the payload is too big. Becomes function calls become slower because now my payload is huger. And it's like, oh, then make it just singleton and then control everything from there. And then you go, well, everything is global. Then we have issues with namespace because sometimes blah, blah, blah dot health or global.health is not necessarily global.health. Also, how do we know if certain information is contained on the individual component versus in the global if you're mixing those use cases? I don't know. It's just that's the worst part, I think. Okay, so explosion requires this, and on death I can't just explode because taking damage doesn't have this information available. So if the missile runs into... You know what, Phil? Technically... Yeah, I think this is okay. Where we go... If this runs into something, which I guess it'll never happen... No, that's not true. If something else runs into this, it'll die and explode, but it can't trigger the explode action. Oh. Is it just diffusing it? I mean... No, makes no sense. It needs to explode. Alright, I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit. Hey, Kairamira, thanks for a follow. Okay. Sorry for the fan, but it's really hot in here. This is a real problem here. So, right now, it makes sense that taking damage only requires minimum amount of parameters, which is amount. But the problem is, for this particular piece, on death, I want this to do something. However, maybe this is it. What I can do instead is add a variety that requires on death to have all of these things. And this doesn't really trigger on death. Yes. Yeah. So this doesn't trigger on death. This simply immediately play death animation. Hold up. Let me cook here. Proximity mine can have an implementation of on death because it's dying. Robot says, Ezra, it is very interesting your thoughts, or hearing your thoughts. What is your opinion about making firstly a kind of data / process / functions analysis and diagram with objects dependencies? I've attempted that. So I do that. So there are some tutorials coming up, for example, for state machines. I've done that because, you know, I do want to sit down and figure it out. Like, what is the best way to handle the dependency chart? But no matter what you end up doing, if you don't have your game idea fully fleshed out in the beginning, you always get into a case of like mixing these things. And idea is you don't want to mix it, right? But sometimes it's like, well, it's okay to mix it. I don't know. It's just kind of tough. Robust says, and then programming, or you now choose a way, firstly program by trying. You got to do a little bit of both, unfortunately. You do want to mix, right? You do want to mix because there is a benefit of global accessibility. And then there is definitely a benefit of scoping down the accessibility to locality. And you wanna get profit from both impacts, right? Both usage. Deciding which one goes where is not always clear. So for example here, right? So I'm gridding it out. Typically when you're planning, you go, okay, well, character dying, it just dies and disappears. You wouldn't think that it has any relevant reliance on other aspects. But the thing is that the game mechanic says, well, actually, when things die, it can trigger chain effect on other pieces, like sibling pieces. And that's why we go this like orchestral pattern of like, okay, we have a overall orchestrator that handles the detection of the state of the board and then calls each individual pieces. That's what I'm trying to do here. But then even if you're calling each individual pieces, you're still passing in the state and controller of the game. Because ideally, organization-wise, here's the thing. Organizationally, when you're coding, whenever you add card game, units, damages, if you are programming a logic, a single entity logic, it's a lot easier to organize if you have all the logic about that entity in that single space, right? So like proximity mine, what does it do when it dies? It does this, and that information is available on the code of proximity mine. As opposed to being like, well, logic for proximity mine's death is on death handler class. That's a helper function that chooses behavior based on the configuration. So we can treat the piece, each individual pieces, as a configuration, and it contains some sort of minor scripting, minor flagging, some parameters, and have the like bigger handler and strategy pattern to decide how to behave based on these configuration. That works. But then the headache is like, oh, now I got to come up with a informational way of parameterizing or creating properties for each individual pieces and model in ways where like I don't have to expose information. Like that headache just is not, it's not worth it to sit down and try to figure out, because sometimes no matter what you end up doing, you get into a place of needing to restructure based on the game. So I try to balance out between strategizing coding so much versus actually just getting to code and letting the need of the game influence my code. Because it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing to be like, okay, well, I changed my plan. Code needs to change. We need to restructure. That's just kind of part of the flow of coding, I think. But yeah. Okay. Well, professional yapper out here. Okay. Oh, which reminds me. Yapping reminds me, I need to sign a contract for one of the sponsor videos. I forgot to do that. But anyways, that's a separate thing. Let's see. So on death. So who calls on death? I mean, technically, I feel like the signal would be a nice thing to do. Robust says, I think that I understand. If you had all possible information about the game, you could prepare everything before programming. But if you found out new stuff in your game during programming everything, it's changing dynamically. Yes. Yes. That's why ideally you do one of these first. This helps. This helps. You're limiting the amount of changes you need to make and back steps you need to make by writing a documentation in the beginning, because this is ideation phase. But during the retrospective, for example, you have a team. You have a team of software developers or team of game developers, and you go, right, we released our beta. What went wrong? What went right? Right? And people go, well, what went wrong was that we had to make a lot of refactoring in our game. And so that wasted a lot of our time. And then you go, well, okay, let's do a solution. Let's make it so that the requirements are fully fleshed out before we get into the implementation. Is that actually the solution? Is that actually the solution? I don't think so. Hey, David. In order to get the plant, you need to redeem the plant berry folk seed first, and then you got to water it 9 times. And you can kind of quickly see the flaw of that logic is because, well, you don't know what you can't define what you don't know. You don't know where the game's going to go. You may say this is a requirement right now, but after playtesting, you may want to change it. So during the retrospective, do you just go, well, choose your game design and never change it? Stop changing my game. Is that the goal? No, right? Because that's like such a like software way of seeing things. In real world, things change all the time. And it needs to be adaptable until it launches, and even after it launches. So I don't know. Don't be too obsessed with I would say my recommendation is let's not be too obsessed with doing things the 100% right way, theoretically. I think you're only just hurting yourself. Anyways, it is getting quite toasty. All right. It's funny, me moving my arm, my watch thinks I'm being active. Great, good job. Okay. So I'm still puzzled about this guy. So I want to say on death do blah, 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 blah. But technically, where do I call on death from? Ideally, I want to call it only when I take damage. And then that detects that the death has occurred. But then taking the damage doesn't have access to the control of the game. So what I'm saying is on death is on death on grid, and the grid handler, who already contains the controller information, will be responsible for calling things when it dies. So let's think about this. Things die when things move into each other, but things also die when the turn activates. At the beginning of the turn, on death may happen. Great. I think this limitation is great. I think we're in a good spot. So something we want to do here now is go back to our grid handler where we're handling collision damage and make sure we do the on death logic for the source and the target. And I think we're good. Robot says, thank you, I understand. I heard the most difficult is to add new features after a game is almost done. Yeah, because we already made a bunch of assumptions. But honestly, we are really bad at estimating. We're really terrible at estimating, and we get really stuck with our ways. What I mean by this is this. The amount of additional time you would have taken by trying to come up with generic solution. So solution for your software where it is not dependent on how your game is, but you're making it so that this piece of program works for any game you would implement in the future. That generalization, first of all, designing that takes a long time. And second, implementing and testing takes a huge amount of time because you're making a generic. You have to test for more cases. And then also, it makes it difficult because it's not specialized. When you implement a specialized case with that tool, you may have to do more roundabout way of solving and implementing the feature. The fact that you made it generic makes the onus of the work you need to do for specification, specific use case, is on the client. Which means by making it generic, more wide scoped and future proof, you added kind of an overhead on the implementation by the client of use case of the software and on the design aspect. So we just added a bunch of hour. Where's the comparison on that? So later we say, okay, well, we're almost done with the game. Oh no, we got to re-architect and do everything. We got to take this extra time to do this. What a waste of time. Is it? I don't know. Because when we do that, we rely on the feeling of waste of time. But then we never go, well, actually, if we would have solved this before, it would have taken even longer time. Like, we don't do that comparison to say, you know what, it feels great. It's okay that we took extra days to do this re-architecture, because otherwise we would have wasted more time in the beginning. We don't know that. I think we need to be unbiased when we're developing software sometimes. But yeah, but it is true. That's why it feels a lot tougher towards the end. Anyways, so we're here. We're handling player ship damage. That's fine. Source takes damage. That's fine. And target takes damage. That's fine. What I want to do here is, after all of this has been done, well, maybe not after, but here, basically, if source is not, if the source is not in a player group, meaning it's not a player ship, because player ship has a very special logic for me, and target also is not in a player group, we're going to check if it is dead. Current health is less than equal to 0. Then we're going to say, hey, play on death, if it contains it. And then it's going to pass in combat state and combat signal bus. And then also do the same thing if the target's dead. Target is in group player, and current health is less than equal to 0. Then we'll say target on death. Boom. Savvy. One minor change I need to make is on death function now will migrate to combat piece. So it'll say called on collision death, or should be called by any other logic that would kill the piece. Right. So we have that here. Proximity mine says, well, if I die, wait, what's getting rid of it? What's freeing them? Okay. It's freeing it here. Okay. Target takes damage. If it is 0, then remove it. Great. Okay. Well, this, I think logic can now migrate over to here, right? Because it's dead now. And then is over here as well. The source can die too. Right. Source takes the damage. Yep. Something about this feels funky. How has it been working? Come over here, source. Okay, well, let's see. Okay, I've done some restructuring, so I'm going to see if it works right now. The old logic. Come over here. We're going to move into the asteroid. That's fine. We'll launch a missile and turn. Let's move into the missile. Okay, missile goes away. Took damage. Ship is here. Yep. Boom. Okay, seems like it's working, and there's no orphan pieces, right? Monitor, orphan node, none. And it seems like it's not forever growing. Good. Okay, I think it's working. Now that we've done that surgery, it's better world now. So on death, proximity mine, I think we want to basically spawn in. We want to spawn in explosions. Yeah, we want to spawn in explosions and have it impact whatever is on that coordinate. Yes. So we're going to make new pieces. And this one, I guess it could be... What should it be a child of? I mean, it's technically just missile. I mean, it could be just normal combat piece. I'll have it inherit missile pieces and call this explosion piece. Explosion piece. And technically, the explosion piece by default have no image. Well, let's think. Explosion doesn't float, so it wouldn't have this. Also, I misspelled explosion. I'm wondering if it needs to be its own implementation instead of following something else. You know what? I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close this real quick. I'm going to let it inherit a combat piece and call this exploding piece. And I'll save this exploding piece and then go over to the pieces. Ooh, my brain is not working right now. Whew, yeah, yep. I guess we're 4 hours into it. No crash. I'm surprised that we didn't crash once today. Yeah. Oh, let me just finish this at least. I gotta get to a good, nice bookend of an idea. So this one, we're gonna create a new sprite frame for explosion. By default, I think it's going to start with empty. It's not gonna repeat, and it doesn't. I guess it does autoplay. Have it autoplay. And it's going to go to sprites, take the explosion. I think it's 32 by 32. I guess it doesn't really need an empty one in the beginning. And that's going to just explode on impact. And have this be 12 FPS. There you go. And I guess what this will do, I'm going to attach a new script here, and then extends combat piece. The exploding piece specifically is for applying exploding damage only. So it's going to be considered neutral because it applies both. And its behavior is on spawn. On spawn, it already plays whatever it does, but it's also going to apply its logic. I mean, technically I should pause the animation. Maybe it doesn't autoplay. So on spawn, it's going to say, hey, play the default animation. And then we're going to I guess apply damage here. To do is get overlapping objects and apply damage. And this is a AoE damage, right? Unlike the missile that's like impacting and exploding. So I think this will get every object on... Well, actually, should the cover logic still apply here? Perhaps. I think the cover logic should apply here, actually. All right, question. Gameplay question. If I'm in this situation and the mine explodes, so for example, I'm over here, right? And when it explodes, it impacts right here, 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 here. If you're with the asteroid field, should the damage go to everything on that tile? Or should the damage be only going to one of the pieces? Like either the asteroid, which is usually used as cover, by the way. So if there's a missile coming to you, then it may hit the asteroid and you may be able to take cover. But would the mine explosion also be impacted by cover? My intuition says no. My feeling is that is an AoE. Robot says to all of them, no cover in asteroid, right? That feels right, right? Okay, I think I agree. So let's do that. So on the proximity mine, exploding piece, on spawn, play the default animation, and it's probably going to get combat state, grid handler, handle collision damage. I mean, technically, damage amount 1, and then the source is self, and target is whatever's on there. And that is whatever we had here. Damage target. So instead of grabbing a applicable damage target, this should, yeah. Robot says, do you count with possibility of explosion of mine affecting other mines to explode as well? Yes, I do. Because the mine, proximity mine logic of explosion, spawning explosion will happen on death. So whatever causes it to die will cause other things to explode. So there will be some chain effects. It may be really fast, but it'll work, I think. This may be tricky, but we'll see. Okay, so we do combat state. Get basically map info. get pieces on my grid position and basically filter anything filter anything that is self. So, you know, and filter anything that's a grid overlay is in group grid overlay, because we don't want to collide with the overlay, and filter cursor, right? And for each of the pieces, var target pieces, which is array of combat piece, for piece in this, we're going to apply this damage. Problem with the handle collision damage is that it's continuously going to call take damage on it. The problem is that this one doesn't have that kind of concept. The health will forever go down, so I'm going to override take damage and have this not do anything. So it's not going to reduce the damage of or health of itself. And then, so this ignores the health thing. But this thing is that once all the handling is done, if is playing, we're going to wait on this to finish. And then kill a self, which would be the whole freeing logic. Where is it? I guess I could say yeah. To 0. Handle collision damage. I guess it's okay to be freed by this. I don't know. Because this one would say, hey, the source takes damage. If the source is 0, remove it. So it's doing the clear logic here. I guess if it's freed, it's okay. It's gonna be okay here. I mean, I guess I could just do this. We'll see. I mean, this can potentially be bad, but we'll see. Target being self. Remove it. Okay. And then now that we have an exploding piece here, technically, explosion piece scene would be packed scene. And I would provide that as a parameter. This one on def will spawn in adjacencies. Yes, so it'll go combat state. grid handler, get position in exact range, centered at my current grid position, range of 1, will give me everything that's in range. And for each of the grid position, or not grid position, spawn position in this candidate position, we are going to take this, instantiate it. I mean, I almost feel like I need to call grid handler to spawn this thing. Spawning has its own logic. I almost feel like. Potentially. Before now, we'll do it manually. So instantiate. Combat grid handler, get missile piece instance. Interesting. Not sure why I did that. I think I know why I did that, but anyways. Set piece. Okay. I have to do this every time because I don't remember it. Let's say this is explosion as exploding piece. And its grid position will be the spawn position. Place it. And say the piece has been added. To that position. Let's see if it works. I doubt that it will, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, broken. All right, let's see. Casting issue. That's fine. That's fine. I knew that was going to happen. Because once you filter it, it's like, hey, this is a generic array. What are you doing with me? It's like, I don't know what this is. Okay, that's fine. Let's say as combat piece here. Next. Minefield. Move into the mine. Activate. And turn. Reset. Why reset? Oh. Wait, it's 0. It's fine. Stack overflow. Hold on. Reset piece gets called on ready. Battle grid add child. The piece. I have a feeling I'm adding bazillion explosions for some reason. Hold on, I gotta go down the stack here. On death. It seems like I'm calling on death quite a bit for some reason. What's at the bottom of the stack? Missile on turn action. We come over here. If it is activated, we play on death. We play death. We add the explosion. We place the piece on spawn. On spawn, we handle collision damage. Okay. Is it colliding with itself? It's potentially colliding with itself, which it shouldn't do, but it might be. There's only one object there. Okay, and target is not in player scope. Oh. I get it. The mine is spawning. The mine is spawning the explosion, and that explosion is killing the mine. Which makes no sense because it's that coordinate should not be included. I'm not really sure why that's happening. Let me see what coordinates it's working with here. Robot says Robot's asking some questions here. I'm sorry, maybe last question to not bother you more. Is the script? No, it's okay. You can ask as much questions as possible. Don't worry. Is the scripting language kind of abstraction language? Sorry, bad English. I mean, you type in one line for loop with function and list as. I mean, that's my choice, I think. So for loops, like the filtering and all those things, that's just kind of using lambda functions where you do inline coding. That's just kind of technique. But it would be considered a scripting language. But whatever you're pointing out isn't because it is a scripting language. The inline function, I'm guessing you were talking about like where I'm filtering in a single line. Where's the example here? Where I do the target. Hold on, I know where it is. This one right here. Like what I'm doing is I know this gives me a list, right? And list has a function where it's like you can filter the result. And the function right here, this is like equivalent to writing a function because this one requires a callable. Like that, right? So over here, I say, hey, for filtering, use this method. But instead of doing that, since I'm only using it once, I'm just writing it in space. So I don't have I'm not creating a whole new function. Hopefully that makes sense. Nepalavi says, or Nepal says, hey, quick question. How do you stream for hours on end? I don't know. I mean, I'm used to sitting down and talking. And I'm also used to just getting really concentrated on working on the problem. When it's really hard, like right now, where I'm like, okay, I'm going to be over like for a little bit. I've been saying that I'm going to be done. The added motivation for me is like, kind of like when you're reading a book, when you say one more page, or when you're watching an episode, you go one more episode. Like if I'm thinking like, I'm going to finish it today, I don't think I'll be able to sit down any longer than like 2 hours. But whenever I'm about to be like, I'm going to be done, I say, okay, after this. If I say after this, that helps me move on to the next phase. And at that point, I can make that new promises. Is it healthy? I'm not sure. I think it's obsession. But here we are. Okay, so the issue right now, first of all, I think there's a coordinate issue. So we're gonna fix that real quick. So we're gonna come over here, minefield. We're gonna move into the mine. When it explodes, I want to see the spawn position right now is 0, 3. You know what? I'm gonna turn on my debugger real quick, which is this. So we do a debugger here. Minefield gets turned on. So 0 is 3, 0. So 2, 1 here. Okay, I'm gonna move. Ooh. It really shouldn't detect. Well, we'll see. Boom. And turn. Spawn position 2, 3. Oh, maybe it's the chain reaction that's causing the stack to be big. Do it. Da-da. And piece gets added here. I guess the should the explosion trigger the mine? Like, I'm not talking about exploding on the mine. If the explosion happens where like motion detection is, should that trigger it? I don't know. Anyways, that's a question for later. So I say, hey, piece has been added to the combat map. Cool. So it gets added. Fine. Next. 2-2. Next. 2-3. Again, because this one. Right, they're both exploding on here. Okay, I can already see that might cause an issue. 2-2. Wait, what? Oh, this is exploding. Interesting. So this exploding is exploding this and this. Okay, so there's some chain reaction going on. What is this one? Hello? 2-2. So this is exploding. Oh, wait, no. What? Hold on. Yeah, explosion is just explosion piece. This is being exploded. Okay. You know what? I want to see how many things are being actually exploded here real quick. I'll do on death, trigger once, a print of grid position. So we see if it is exploding, it'll print once right before exploding. Robot says, thank you for explanation. I really admire concentration on the problem. I personally am coding about 15 mechs, 16 minutes a day. You know, if that's all it requires, that's all it requires. You don't have to feel any like type of way about it. But when you get to a project that you really enjoy, that requires a lot of time, this often happens. Okay. So I see an issue here. So first of all, 2-1 exploded. And as part of that, 2-2 exploded. And as part of that, 2-3 exploded. And as part of that, 2-2 exploded because it's not gone yet. It's already exploded. So I think we do need to skip the on death call if it is already triggering. We need a logic that's saying, hey, like, don't do it because I'm already exploding. I can't die so much. I can only die so much is what it's saying, basically. So it'll say, hey, look, yeah. I think that's the probably the way to do it. So it'll be like, if... so we'll add is exploding. For example, is false. The first time it comes through, it'll become true. And if it is exploding already, then we're going to return. Don't do anything. This may still cause an issue, so we'll see what happens here. Robot says chain explosion is bad. No, it's not. It's a great idea. Just give me a second, okay? It's a bad idea. Hey, look, it kind of worked. It exploded everything, but it got... we just need to make sure it happens one at a time, I think. How do I even describe that? Because that makes sense that that's what's happening. It goes... Should there be a little delay? Maybe there should be a little delay. For each animation. The problem is that it's happening immediately. So it's hard to tell visually what's happening. There's still a bug, but I'll get back to that. But let me make this explosion logic be a little bit better. So So we can do before. So when it's exploding, I think, first of all, wait for the animations to finish. And then explode. It may still be fast enough. All right. So we go boop, boop. Oh, hold on. That explosion is really small. I might have fixed. Let me make this bigger. Okay. And then come back here. Robot says chain explosion equals no strategy for going through minefield. Yeah, no, it's true. I think we're going to probably have to make it so that we're definitely going to have to change the balance of the game. Okay, valid access. Grid handler removed from grid. The self, it's already gone, maybe? Hold on. Let me fix this bug, and then we're going to see it, and then we're going to rebalance it. I'm not going to worry about the rebalance just yet. I want to do a explosion first, and then see what happens. Grid handle. Oh. It's handler. I don't even know why it'll allow me to write that. Okay. Go boop, boop. Okay, kind of. When the mine exploded, it itself didn't explode, right? The one that was dying. So we need to do that as well. So we'll say... Whew. Okay. Hold on. Add it to the map. I mean, it eventually goes away. That seems wrong. Cleared everything. Hold on. And yes, it is a bad design choice. But before I even get to that, I mean, that is a gameplay problem, Robot. And we will fix that. We will change the configuration so that it's more interesting. And we can just kind of make it like 5 instead. And then have map size be more like 3 to 7. Oops. So if I go here, yes. Get triggering piece. Why didn't it? Oh, on status change it needs to remove itself too, I think. Okay. Hold on. It's still registered. That's a problem. Let me try that again. It's still there. Why is it not going away? Okay. Result. Listener. Trying to cast a freed object. Ah, yes. Wait, why is it? There's a null in there. We need to clear that out, actually, when it's just getting destroyed. I mean, I don't need to... I think all I have to do is just clean it out. So, first of all... remove everything that's null. How do I... Okay, hold on. I gotta think about this. Because there are several places where things are dying. Things needs to be unregistered, but not specifically the piece. The nulls need to be cleared away. Var cleaned array. Basically. And then we'll say, hey, if listener, then we push back to the result. Or actually, this is all I need, actually. And we have the triggering response for this, and this is a cleaned version. So now I can say, hey, you know what? This grid position is now same as this. So I think it'll auto clean this way. Okay, that's good. Another bug we're experiencing right now is that when the mine explodes, the source explosion doesn't go away. But it doesn't feel too bad. There could be some logic of like, let's see. Yeah, see, this is still there. That needs to go away. So we got to make it so that once the mine destroyed, let's see, proximity mine, it does the on death thing. It probably should free itself after doing that, where animated sprite 2D play explosion, right? And free itself, just like the exploding pieces. But instead, it's causing impact. Right? On impact means I am the source. Yes. So it's like play it. Nah, well. I guess. Okay, hold on. So I can play the impact. And then do this. Which will, so if it's on overlapping asteroid, it'll destroy the asteroid. Yeah, I think. May not work. I mean, there is an opportunity if I lay it out interestingly. So for example, let's say I'm coming over here. Let's see. This one. Turn action on death. It's trying to play on impact here, and on impact is coming here. Over here, grid handler, handle collision damage. Remove piece from the grid. The target. If the source is not a player and it reaches 0. Oh, it's already doing on death. Messy. Messy, messy, messy. I think it might be cleaner. It would be cleaner if it doesn't do anything and disappears. And spawn. So do this like explosion spawn. Spawn explosion on grid position. And do that here. Like so. And this will be this bomb position. Do that on the center as well. So we'll go. It's already exploding anyways. So we can do grid position and then do that. And then free it. I think we should probably rename this to spawn position. And then combat state, blah, blah, blah. We'll probably do that. Hand that over. Real quick. Don't think you need this. And signal bus here. Okay. Let's try it again. Ah. All right. Minefield. Then we'll move up. Boom. There you go. A little bit delayed, but it's okay. Away. Nice. Oh, shoot, I triggered it. Run away. And turn. We can run through over here. Works. Robot with a random question. Robot asks, sorry, what is your opinion about the similarity of spawn, swan, and pawn? My opinion is that what a coincidence. It usually doesn't confuse people, but there's an interesting game idea, isn't there? Maybe making a chess game where the pieces are swans, which spawns. And then you can say spawn the pawn swan. Yeah. This feels better with less minefield, right? And then I could be like, oh, trigger. Go back. I mean, there's still really no real danger. You just need to make sure you don't end your turn. Might want to repair here. Move. Yeah, it's not that bad. I do think that the FTL point needs to be probably 6-1. So we'll change that for the minefield combat. Put 6-1 here. Robot says, "Oh my god, spawn the swan spawn." Yeah, or spawn the swan spawn. It's hard to say. Gorba says, "Great, that makes sense. Play through minefield." Yeah, I think it could be interesting also to have like some restrictions. So if I have a wider map, the minefields are on the sides, like the mines are on one side, and then enemy ship is on the right, kind of thing. You know, I don't know. I mean, the gameplay is there. Doesn't seem very challenging just yet. But I could see a situation where you're like, oh, if I trigger one, everything's going to explode. So for example, here, if I make it so that the mine can actually spawn right next to player, and then we increment the thing to be up to 10, for example, and we make the space a little bit tighter. So let's say we do 6, 4, that's 24 spaces. 10 is like 50%. And then we'll put the FTL. Well, you know what? The 7 is okay. We'll do 7 here. And then we go. If I arrive in this situation, and let's say I only have 1 or 2 functional crewmate. Like right now I'm safe. But if I go here, I just took 2 damage and my missile got destroyed. So that's a bad move. You know, I could see a situation where there's an interesting spawn position. I'm gonna actually make this even tighter. Because I think that could be like, oh my gosh, I can't move. I need to be really careful about how I choose my motion. And then say mine generator. We'll put FTL on 4-1. This could be fun. Yeah, right here, look. But if I trigger it, this explodes. You're safe. 1. But I don't want to go here. So I think I can do this and this. And then I go... I can avoid this entirely. But I risk running through the asteroid, right? Okay, I took damage there. I'm fine here. I'm fine here. So there's some gameplay... This one's just like, you just need to take damage. This is what I'm going to do. Watch, watch. See? Power off. Power on. Shield. Shield myself. And turn. If I explode this, I take 1 damage. Oh, you know what? I gotta shield the navigation. Oh. Definitely turn off the missile. And then turn this on. Because I need the shield on. Alright. We'll shield... O2 is already shielded. So we're gonna take this guy and... move. If I take here, I take 1 damage, 2, and 3 damage. Would the shield immediately go away? Okay, that wasn't too bad. I feel like something wasn't working properly. But I defended 1 damage. I feel like the chain reaction kind of messed up. I was supposed to be damaged 3 times, but I only got damaged twice, I think. And also the FTL got destroyed, which shouldn't happen. So we gotta make sure that happens. We're doing handle collision damage. Target. Basically, FTL piece, I think we should probably do the same thing as explosion. Where FTL piece, you know what? I'm just going to skip FTL piece here. So I'll just go, hey, if target is in group called FTL point, then we're just going to skip this logic, I think. Yeah. Looks interesting, right? Like, I think that gameplay, like, you got to remember, it's not about life or death in this single instance. You're going through different dangers. So sometimes you have easy time, like this. And then you may avoid damage altogether. But sometimes oh, why didn't it? Wait, what's happening with that one? Oh, because it skipped the whole thing. Handle collision damage. If target is in group FTL point, don't do any. I feel like this shouldn't have done that. Is this the issue? There shouldn't be any damage if the target is FTL. Yeah. Not really sure why that's didn't explode that time. Proximity mine. I might have to solve that issue. Yeah, it's not too bad, right? This gameplay could be fun. Just gonna cause issue. Move over here. Move over here. And then I'm just gonna launch. There you go. I mean, I don't know why it broke for a moment there, but it's okay. And safely make it to FTL. Nice. All right. Right now it's like a square grid, right? We can make the map so that it's not square or rectangular. It can be a variation of like little shapes. And then we could have some sort of warp point, right? Could be interesting. I think it's coming together nicely. Don't you think so? I think the game is looking pretty good so far. There's some UX stuff we need to change, but those are minor stuff at this point in time. All right, I think we can stop here today. Thanks for watching today. Thanks for Covino Raid again. If you are not already, make sure you follow so that you can watch my progress. Robot says, very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, well, JD's live. We went to Hypnotic yesterday. But you know what? It's safe bet. Aussie is safe, so we'll go to Hypnotic again. Bobble shop. Hypnotic. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. Always a safe bet. Exactly. I'll see you next time. Oh, look at that crash. Oh, you crashed. Oh yeah, that was. Hey, part of the game. Anyways, all right. What do I say? I say Monday, Wednesday, Friday is my stream time, so follow along. I'm gonna keep working on this. Be a playtester. Blah blah blah. Support all that good stuff. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye. All right. Bye, robot. Well, bye, YouTube. I guess rather. I'm waiting for